All right, Mr. Chairman, we are live.
Excellent. Just when I stuck chocolate in my mouth too. Excellent. All right. And we have all the members here, right? Six
Yes.
of us.
5 of you. Mr. Jurzak is
Richard.
not here tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Well, good evening. My name is Robert Cagnetta, and this is the meeting of the South Kingstown, Rhode Island Zoning Board of Review. Members present tonight are Thomas Daniels, William Mark, Bill Rosen, and Casey Charkowick. Also present are Jamie Gorman, the South Kingstown Interim Building Zoning Official, Amy Goins, our South Kingstown Legal Counsel, and Jessica Spence, the Administrative Support Associate. The board is made up of 7 people, and 5 of them are regular voting members. 5 members are required to be present to vote. In the event one of the regular members is not present, an alternate will step in. And we can use another member, which we are tonight. Tonight, the voting members will be myself, Mr. Daniels, Mr. Mark, Mr. Rosen, and Mr. Charkowick. Applicants are here for either a variance, dimensional, or use, or to seek a special use permit. The board is a quasi-judicial body created by the South Kingstown Ordinance pursuant to state statutes. We don't follow strict rules of evidence, and we operate in what we believe to be in a fair and equitable manner. We try to let everyone speak unless they get carried away or it's determined not to be relevant. So in the interest of time and Zoom, please be on point and brief. We do our best not to argue and keep things civil, and we try to have the last petition heard by at least 10 o'clock. When your petition is called, please come forward and clearly state your name and spell it for the record. Please speak clearly so we can all hear you. You will then be asked to take an oath to tell the truth, and you can present your petition along with any other witnesses that will testify in support. The board will ask you and your witnesses questions. After the petitioner has presented their testimony, anyone else with questions for the applicant or wanting to support or oppose the petition will then be asked to raise their hand, and Jessica will let you know how to do that in a minute. They will identify themselves and then be sworn in and present their testimony, which may be followed up by questions from the board. Please do not direct any questions or comments to the witnesses or petitioners. We can take care of that for you, but please ask us anything you'd like to ask them. We will allow the petitioner to answer questions raised by the audience and or respond to comments after the comment period. After hearing all the testimony and before a vote is taken, board members will be asked to openly discuss the evidence presented. And so you're aware, special use permits or variances require 4 out of 5 voting members to vote in favor or against in order for it to be passed. The board members will ask a lot of questions, and there's a good reason. We cannot just grant anything we like. There are rules to follow based on our ordinance. So you must give us testimony to support certain facts to allow something you would want to have approved. Tonight we have dimensional variances and special use permits on the agenda. For variances, you must offer evidence to the board setting forth the following. Your hardship is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land or structure and is not due to the general characteristics to the surrounding area. The hardship is not the result of any prior action on your part. That the granting of this variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area. The relief requested is the least relief necessary. You must also show that the hardship that you will suffer if it is not granted will amount to more than a mere inconvenience. For a special use permit, you must present the following: that your special use is that you're requesting is authorized by this zoning ordinance, Somewhere in the ordinance, it has to be written and in order for us to authorize it. Your special use permit requested meets all the criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance authorized for that special use. And granting of the special use permit will not alter the general characteristic of the surrounding area or impair the purpose or intent of our zoning ordinance. So these are the guidelines that we follow in the meeting. We do our best on Zoom to keep things moving, but we also want to make sure everyone is heard. And to make sure of that, Jessica will help sort of collaborate or conduct everyone, I guess. So Jessica, could you please help folks out in knowing what they're supposed to do?
Sure, sorry about that. I was muted. That's what we don't want to do. So all applicants are going to remain muted, and I'm going to keep your video turned off until your petition has been called. At that time, the applicant will be unmuted, and we're going to ask to turn your video on. The applicant's going to give testimony. The board may ask any relevant questions. Once the applicant has completed all of their testimony, the chairman will ask if there is anyone in attendance who wishes to speak in regards to the petition. At that point, the attendees should raise their hand and they will be unmuted and allowed to speak. When they're finished speaking, the attendee will be placed back on mute. Once all the testimony has been heard, the applicant is going to be muted, your video is going to be turned off, and you are going to be moved to an attendee. At that point in the night, you can either watch the rest of the meeting or leave the meeting. A couple of things to keep in mind. You need to be aware that some people are calling in by phone only. So when it's your turn to speak, we need you to speak clearly and to please always state your name prior to speaking. If you are one of the people calling in by phone and wish to speak, you're going to use the *9 function to raise your hand, and then the *6 function will mute and unmute you, so you can be allowed to speak at appropriate times. Everything as far as the agenda and all of the supporting documents are available to view online at southkingstownri.com under current zoning applications. And part of those documents is the agenda. So if you're having any technical difficulties, the agenda has some helpful fixes. And the last thing to keep in mind is Zoom does have a question and answer function, but that function is only to be used if you are having a technical issue. No questions in regards to any petition will be answered. You need to wait for the public comment portion of the petition and raise your hand if you wish to speak. And that's all I have to say right now.
Excellent. Thank you, Jessica. With that, we will get started. We are going to switch one thing on the agenda for the sake of the final applicant. That is the petition of Peter and Christine I'm going to butcher this, Naktenis. We're going to move them to the 5th slot and then move the Matunic Oyster Bar to the last slot. That shouldn't throw anyone off too much. So other than that, we'll start with the petition of Kevin J. McDonough, which is P.O. Box 563, East Greenwich, Rhode Island. 020818 for a 1-year extension on a dimensional variance under the zoning ordinance as follows. The applicant is seeking a 1-year extension of the existing dimensional variance granted on November 20th, 2019 and recorded on December 10th, 2019. An extension of the dimensional variance is required per our ordinance, zoning ordinance section 910 -A, expiration of variances and special use permits, and 907 are standards of relief. The owner is Kevin J. and Mary Lee McDonough for premises located 176 Browning Street, South Kingstown, Rhode Island, assessors map 96-2, lot 46, and is zoned R80. And for this petition, we do have the extension request letter that is dated and signed October 9th, 2020. We also have our previous zoning decision granted on November 20th, 2019, and recorded on December 10th in 2019 in Land Evidence Record, book number 1726, page 436 and 437. And who is here tonight for this petition? Good evening. Oh, not yet. Is it not working, guys?
Do they have
This
to
is-
mute themselves?
Yeah, this is Amy Goins, legal counsel. I think you have an option. You can either wait and see if they can figure out their audio and then turn to them next or later in the meeting, or you certainly could review the correspondence they submitted to the board. I
Okay.
suggest in this case, it's short, it could be read. Remember, this one doesn't need a hearing. It's on the agenda, but notice isn't required, and there's no finding of cause, although they have set forth the reason for the extension in their correspondence.
Okay.
So it's
I will
up to
do
the
that.
board if you want to allow them to figure out the audio issue or just grant it.
Yeah,
Without,
Just keep
yeah.
pressing buttons and talk, and until we hear you, I'll present your the letter you sent in. This is dated October 9th, 2020, and it says, "Dear honorable members of the Zoning Board of Review, we request a one-year extension to the dimensional variance which was granted and recorded on December 10th, 2019 by the South Kingstown Zoning Board of Review for premises located at the 176A Browning Street, South Kingstown, Rhode Island, which is the Assessor's Map 96-2, Lot 46. They say the challenges caused by the coronavirus, the COVID-19, to the supply chain has caused disruptions to the building trade, which have adversely impacted our timeline for construction. In addition, we suffered a life-threatening health emergency on September 17th, 2020, which further delayed our plans. We appreciate your consideration of this request and wish you all the best. Sincerely, Mary Lee and Kevin McDonough, and they signed it, have their address, and it was also sent, they sent the decision, which all of the members should have. I don't need to read in the whole decision, do I? No, okay,
No, this is Amy, no need to read in the whole decision.
okay. Mary Lee and Kevin, do you guys agree this is what you were looking to do? Yep, okay.
Yeah, record
Uh,
reflects they're nodding.
Excellent, excellent. Board members, do we have questions relative to the requests for the extension?
No.
No? Okay.
I have
Um,
one question.
Yes, sir.
They're asking for a one-year extension with COVID continuing to rampage along. I'm wondering if 1 year is long enough for them to get the supplies, et cetera, that they're going to need to complete the process. I of course can't answer that. And probably nobody can, but
Mm.
is a 2-year extension allowed? I
Bill,
guess.
Bill, this is Amy. Good question. Under the zoning ordinance, we only have the authority to grant a 1-year extension. Who knows? It could be that that at some point the legislature could enact a tolling similar to what was done with the financial crisis a decade ago. The town could also potentially move on that through executive or legislative action, but the short answer is at this point, 1 year is all we've got the authority to grant under the zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
And can we do 1 year from the time in which it was put into the record?
Yes, that's the date on which the time limit begins to run on the date of recording. So regardless of the date of the meeting, it's 1 year from the original expiration date.
Which was at December 10th, 2019. So it would be good until December 10th of 2021.
Correct.
Anything else, board members? Questions? No? Is there anything, Kevin, you guys okay so far? Okay. As board members, and we got a nod from the applicants. Does anyone like to make a motion or?
Sure, I'll make a motion.
Great.
This is Bill Mark. I'd like to make a motion to grant a one-year extension for the petition of Mary Lee and Kevin McDonough from their original date of 12/10/19. The extension will carry till 12/10 of 21. And it's the petition as read into the record by the chairman.
Excellent. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Rosen. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, Mr. Mark,
Aye.
Mr. Rosen,
Aye.
Mr. Daniels,
Aye.
Mr. Charkowik,
Aye.
and Chair, I motion passes. Thank you. Hopefully there was an objection by anyone out there. I apologize, I didn't ask. All right, next we have the petition of Diane Edson of 278 Matunic Beach Road, South Kingstown, Rhode Island, 02879 for a special use permit under the zoning ordinance as follows. The applicant is seeking to expand the existing two-story accessory apartment by 204 square feet. The accessory apartment is currently 750 square feet in area, the maximum allowed. The relief of 204 square feet is requested. Lot size is 4.59 acres. A special use permit is required per zoning ordinance 503.2 accessory apartments and section 907 are standards of relief. The owner of the property is Diane and M. Edson for premises located at 278 Matunic Beach Road, Assessors Map 86-2, Lot 25 and zoned R200. Ms. Edson, are you here tonight?
Yes, I am. How are
There
you?
you are.
How is it?
Good. How are you?
Good, good, thank you.
So tell us what you'd like to do.
I apologize for the mask. My fiance Wayne has contracted COVID. So
sorry.
if you need me to, I will remove that.
Nope, but actually I have to swear you in first.
Yep, sure.
So could you please, all right, do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, excellent. And could you spell your name, please, for the
Sure.
record?
Yes, Diane, Dianne, Edson, Edson.
Excellent, thank you.
You're
Go
welcome.
ahead.
I'm seeking permission to expand my living area to accommodate my fiance Wayne's mother. She's now living with us. She's diagnosed with Lewy body dementia, Parkinson's, and stage 3 kidney failure. She's been living with us since December of 2019. And right now her bed is in the kitchen and would like to have a little extra room for her, which would accommodate her oversized power lift chair and her bedroom set, which is currently in storage. And this will not create a problem for our septic system because she doesn't shower every day and she uses pull-ups day and night. She does not use a toilet at all. It's a commode. So nothing goes into the septic system. And for those reasons, I'm requesting the additional living area. Thank you.
So, sure. So you're not technically adding another bedroom though. You're just adding more space to the apartment, right?
Her bed will be in that extra space.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be, it's not really classified as a bedroom at that point.
It doesn't have a closet or
Okay.
a window.
All right, board members, any questions?
I have a question. Hi, Diane.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm hoping we can
Meet
approve.
again.
I'm hoping we can approve your petition tonight, but I have a couple of questions to make sure we get it right.
Absolutely.
On your application, on page 2, you indicated your proposed building addition of 160 square feet.
Mhm.
And then you showed the width at 12 and a half by the length at 20. And
20?
yeah, that's the way I read it, 20.6, 20 and a half, 20.6 square feet. So if you do the math, that's 256 square feet. But then I go to your letter and your letter is
Right.
requesting something different. So I just want to get it right so that we get it
Sure.
right for you.
Sure. My application said 16 by 12 and a half, which would have been 201.6.
Okay, I see.
But
All right.
now I need even less than either of those two. All I need is 10.6 by 17, which is 178.5 square feet.
Okay.
So it's
And-
less, I'm
Okay.
asking less now.
All right. And the only other question I have, and maybe
Mm-hmm.
the building official might help us out. The petition indicates that the accessory apartment is currently 750 square feet, but the tax record shows 960. So I just want to make sure we get that portion
So-
correct.
The deck-
Yeah, Jamie Gorman here. Typically, we do see errors on what the field measurements taken that the assessor uses. So it's not uncommon for this to be off that much, 18 feet.
Okay.
This is Amy, legal counsel. Yeah, just remember, again, those tax cards contain numerous errors and they're not considered conclusive for purposes of zoning. Obviously, everything that the board approves and the applicants submit is subject to verification by the building official, so that will be done.
Okay.
May I add one thing? It is only 750 square feet. Perhaps they're including the deck in that. I do have a deck. So that is probably what happened. But this apartment is only 750 square feet.
Okay. Great.
Yeah,
So
Bill
we're
Rosen
done.
here. Diane, I
Yes.
hope your husband or partner
That's fine.
improves
Thank
rapidly.
you. Thank you.
It looks like the footprint of the building is not going to change. Is that correct?
That's correct. Ms.
You're
Lee.
just expanding the inside
Yes,
so that you're taking over some of the storage area.
exactly. Exactly.
And how much is that expansion going to be? 100?
178.5 square feet.
Okay.
The extra room will be 10.6 by 17.
Thank you.
I don't know what happened to my numbers in the beginning, but I remeasured them tonight with Wayne, and it was 10.6 instead of 12.6. So, sorry.
Will that all be clarified apparently
Okay,
after we do the approval, I assume?
thank you.
And Jamie, this is Rob. It's the inside measurement, just to be sure? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, board members, any other questions? Mr. Mark? No?
No, good.
Okay. Is anybody out there in the audience that wishes to speak in either for or against? And Jessica, you want to remind them how to raise their hand?
Sure. So if you're calling in, you're going to hit the *9 function to raise your hand. *6 will mute and unmute you. And if you are on computer, there's just simply the raise hand function. And no one has raised their hand.
Okay. Diane, you want to add anything or you feel like you covered?
I think I covered everything.
Yep.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank
No
you.
problem. Does anyone have any other comments or wish to make a motion?
Sure, I'll do it.
Okay, Mr. Daniels.
Motion to approve the petition of Diane Edson, 278 Matunic Beach Road, of which the property is located. The entire petition was read into the record by the chairman. The applicant, Diane Edson, spoke on her behalf and submitted a letter on her behalf and various drawings of what she wants to do. And basically, she needs to expand or would like to expand an existing accessory apartment for accommodation of an elderly and ill relative. The drawings were entered into the record along with the applicant's letter and some medical evidence as to the need to have a bedroom or an additional room established for living space for the ill relative. There were no opposition folks appearing and no opposition in writing to the request. And the board finds that the special use is specifically authorized by the ordinance under section 503.2 for accessory apartments, excuse me, and section 907 standards of relief. The board finds that the special use meets all the criteria set forth in a subsection of this ordinance authorizing such special use because accessory apartments are allowed. They're allowed for 750 square feet in area. And in this particular case, the applicant is asking for a special use permit to expand by 178.5 square feet. The board finds that the granting of this special use permit will not alter the general character of the surrounding area. There's no evidence to suggest that the area will be impacted in any way by the addition of this room basically to an existing structure. The board has considered whether or not satisfactory provisions and arrangements have been made. Most of those matters are not applicable to this special use permit. No off-street parking requirements, no ingress and egress, no trash, no utilities, no screening, no signs. Nothing else will be needed to make this special use permitted and the expansion allowed under the ordinance. So with that, I would move that we grant the petition of Diane Edson.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Anyone second?
I'll second. Mark?
Hey,
Mark?
this is
Mr. Mark?
Amy.
Yes, Amy.
Before we go into the vote, I do see someone with their hand raised.
Oh, please. Do they have to unmute, Jessica, or are they?
I have allowed them, so they're gonna need to hit *6 to unmute.
Okay.
And just, this is someone calling in on their phone, so if they need to do *6 and then also unmute their device too as well.
There we go. It looks like they should be able to talk now.
Hello, can you hear? Nope, they went mute again.
Someone, yeah, it's a 617 phone. They're unmuted on the system, right? If
They are.
now's the time to speak.
Okay.
Is
Well,
it possible that it could be an inadvertent hand raise?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to lower your hand, and if you are looking to speak, why don't you raise your hand again, and then we can figure out how to. So raise your hand again if you're looking to speak, and that's the *9 function.
No.
So Amy, the other thing I can do in the event, I wouldn't want someone not to get heard, if we can maybe postpone this for a few minutes, the final decision, and I can give out the building official cell phone number and they could call me.
This is
Hey.
Amy, that's fine. If the board's okay with that, they can do that.
Okay, Diane, you okay with waiting a few minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So we'll just hold this vote. Can I just table it for a little bit? Do I
You
need to?
you can table it for a minute. You have to even go on to the next one if you want. You can just you can just recess for 2 minutes, or, stay on, of course, but
Okay, but don't go on to the next one, is what you're saying.
you certainly can if you want to, if Diane doesn't mind waiting.
I don't mind.
It wouldn't be the first time you've bared with us through a long meeting, huh?
No worries. It's fine with me. It's fine. I'd rather have everybody heard than to come back later and say I wasn't heard.
Yeah, my guess is it may have been a mistake, but let's just make sure.
So the number that they should call if there is, if they do want to speak, is 1-401-408-0113. And if you can just give a call in the next few minutes, I'll be able to answer the phone, and then we can just see if there's anything.
So can I just put it, I can put it aside without making any formal, okay. So we're gonna move on to the petition of Michael McGonigal of 184 Kenyon Avenue, South Kingstown, Rhode Island, 02879, for a dimensional variance under the zoning ordinance as follows.
Hey, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
the phone is ringing.
okay, very good. I'll hold off on Mr. McGonigal.
Hello, South Kensington Planning and Zoning. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, bye-bye. That was the caller, and he said he apologizes. He hit the *9 function by mistake. He has no comments to make.
Okay, that's great. All right, so so far for the Edson application, we have a motion made by Mr. Daniels and a second by Mr. Mark. Is there any other discussion from the board? Nope. Okay. Mr. Daniel?
Aye.
Mr. Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Rosen?
Aye.
Mr. Charkowik?
Aye.
Mr. Cagnetta? Aye. Motion passes. Good luck, Diane.
Thank you so much. We
you
really
all feel better.
appreciate it. You don't know how much. Thank you.
Bye, Diane.
Thank you. Bye. Thanks all.
So we'll start again with the petition of Michael McGonigal of 184 Kenyon Avenue, South Kingstown, Rhode Island, 02879, for a dimensional variance under the zoning ordinance as follows. The applicant is seeking to reconstruct a detached garage which previously was destroyed by fire. The proposed 576 square foot garage will be relocated on a new foundation in a new location. This required accessory structure side setback is 6 feet. The proposed garage will be 4 feet from the southerly side of the lot line. Relief of 2 feet is requested. The maximum accessory structure building height is 15 feet. The proposed garage height is 18 feet. Relief of 3 feet is requested for the height. Lot size is 0.25 acres, and a dimensional variance is required. Per our zoning ordinance, section 401, schedule of dimensional regulations, in section 907, standards of relief. Owner of the property is Michael P. and Nancy M. McGonigal for premises located at 184 Kenyon Avenue. Assessors map 64-1, lot 105, and is zoned R10. And for this application, we have the application that's signed and dated October 9th, 2020. The owner authorization form signed and notarized October 9th, 2020. Location plan prepared by Stephen Pinch, PLS, dated September 20th or September 2020 and revised October 2nd, 2020. Elevations A1 were prepared by Ocean State Drafting, dated September 18th, 2020. And a radius map, 200 feet of butters list, legal notice, and certified mailing receipts with the affidavit of mailing. And who is here tonight for this application?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McGonigal is here. I'm
Yes.
just gonna maybe ask if there's a lot of background noise coming from him. So if we could maybe just have anything in the background turned down a little bit.
Okay.
And you should be able, good to unmute.
This is Michael McGonigal. It's McGonagle. Not sure if I've still got background noise here.
Oh, much
No,
better.
it's much better. Thank you so much. And do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent. So go ahead, Mr. McGonigal. What would you like to do?
Basically, unfortunately, our garage was destroyed by fire in June. We are looking to rebuild the garage. The prior location of the garage, if you look at the site plan, was right along property boundary in both the rear and the southern end, the southern side. And it was very close to the neighbor's garage. What we're seeking to do is slightly expand the footprint of the garage so we can actually put a vehicle into it and move it closer towards the street, about to the middle part of the property, and wanting to get it away from the neighbor's garage. And we're also looking for a variance in the height restriction so that we can keep with the style of the prior garage. It was a carriage barn. And we want to keep it with the, the pitch of the roof of the house and what was there before. We're not looking to add any kind of space above other than the storage space that was in the prior garage. So we're really basically looking to build a similar structure to what we had, just relocate it. The existing foundation is not really usable. It was an old fieldstone foundation, so we'd have to rebuild that anyway. So our intent is to kind of move it into a more preferable location, keep it in the same location as the existing curb cut. So we don't have to move the driveway or anything. And to do that, we'd like to have the variance to the boundary. Don't know if there's any more to say other than that.
Okay, great. Board members, do you have any questions? No? That's straightforward, huh?
Actually, I do have one quick question. This is Bill Mark. So is the existing garage you have, is that a single bay garage that doesn't have the width? And is the new one going to a 2-bay? I'm just kind of looking at the diagrams and trying to figure that out.
Yeah, it was a 2-bay garage, and they were somewhat narrow, but it was more the depth of the garage. We could actually put a small SUV in there, but we had to take the handle off the door of the garage to lower the door. It really was problematic to actually use it for storage of a car.
Okay, all right. I'm just curious about looking at the house from Google Earth. So, okay, thanks.
Any other board members, questions?
Yes, Tom Daniels, Mr. McGonigal.
Sir.
Just, you testified that the area above the garage where cars would normally be parked will be for storage only. Is that correct? It will be unfinished?
That's correct. The area above will just be storage, unfinished. I don't know that it would have, I think that the height doesn't even make it a usable space for any kind of activities other than storing equipment.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other board members, questions? No?
I have a question. What's the
Yes, sir.
footprint of the existing garage?
It was small. I think it was 20 by 18 or maybe just a little less than that. 24 by 18, I think.
Okay, so you're just increasing the depth to get that space to build.
I think it's a small increase in the width and an increase in the depth.
And how about the height of the existing one?
It's just right around the same height that we're asking for now.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I can't measure it.
No, I understand. That's all I had.
Okay. Any other questions, board members? Okay, and anyone in the audience we wish to speak on behalf of this proposal? Jessica, if you want to let them know how to raise their hand.
*9 will raise your hand. *6 will mute and unmute. If you're on a computer, just hit the raise hand function. No one's raising their hand.
Mr. McGonigal, anything else to add, or you feel you okay?
No, that's fine. I don't really have a lot more to say other than that.
All right. Anyone have any particular thoughts about it or motion to be had?
I'll make a motion. If no one else has any thoughts. I'd like to, well, what we have in front of us is Mr. McGonigal seeking to get a dimensional variance for a new structure of a garage that was replacing a garage lost in a fire back in June of this year. So I would like to make it a motion to approve the petition of Mr. McGonigal as read in by the chairman. Mr. McGonigal came and spoke for himself and presented a set of plans and drawings outlining what the new garage will look like, the dimensions, the need to actually use it as a garage, and for the fact that the upstairs loft area of the garage will not be used for anything other than storage. The board finds that the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land and structure and not the general characteristics of the surrounding area, and is not due to any of the physical or economic disability of the applicant. That's because the former structure was actually closer to the lot line before the fire, and it's a very tight area in which this garage is in, and it's not unusual within that area of the smaller lots. The board finds that the hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant and does not result primarily from the desire of the applicant to realize greater financial gain. It is just simply a newer garage that's just more usable and just replacing a burnt down structure. The board finds that the granting of the requested variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan on which the ordinance is based, because it is the same use and under section 401 for dimensional regulations and 907, the standards of relief. This structure is not in any way excessive beyond those regulations. The board finds that the relief to be granted is the least relief necessary, again, because He's shortening up his driveway length and just making a more usable structure. The board finds that the hardship suffered by the owner of the subject property, if dimensional variance is not granted, amounts to more than a mere inconvenience. Again, simply because, he lost a structure to a fire and it's coming up on winter, and it'd be nice to have a garage in the near term before things got any worse. So with that, I make a motion to approve.
Excellent. Mr. Mark made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Rosen, second. Any other discussion, board members? Hearing none. Mr. Mark,
Aye.
Mr. Rosen,
Aye.
Mr. Daniel,
Aye.
Mr. Charkowik,
Aye.
Mr. Cagnetta, aye. Motion passes. Good luck.
Hey, thank you, members of the board. Appreciate it.
Thank you. No problem. Okay. Next, we have the petition of Jacqueline French, care of Leslie Mahoney of 6 Boubier Road in Marblehead, Massachusetts, 01945, for a dimensional variance under the zoning ordinance as follows. The applicant is proposing to construct a 288 square foot covered deck and 150 square foot covered deck on the west side of the dwelling. The roof will be extended over the existing 72 square foot deck located on the south side. The exterior stairs located on the east side of the dwelling will be removed and replaced with a 48 square foot covered stair and landing. The west side covered decks will be located 7 feet from the property line and 2.8 feet from the side property line. The east side covered stairs and landing will be located 8 feet from the property line. The required setbacks is 25 feet. Relief of 18 feet is requested. The required side setback is 10 feet. Relief of 7.2 feet is requested. The lot size is 10,229 square feet. Dimensional variance is required per the zoning ordinance, section 401, schedule of dimensional regulations, and 907 standards of relief. The owner of the property is Jacqueline M. French for premises located at 14 Eldred Court, South Kingstown, Rhode Island. Assessors map 57-4, lot 218, and is zoned R10. And for Eldred Court, we have an application signed and dated October 13th, 2020. The owner authorization form signed and notarized October 13th, 2020. South Kingstown Web GIS image. The zoning sketch prepared by Stephen Pinch BLS dated October 2020. Plans and elevations prepared by Mahoney Architects dated October 12th, 2020. The radius map, 200-foot abutters list, legal notice and certified mailing receipts with affidavit of mailings. Correspondence of Melissa Sheridan and Ryan Light, 258 Kevin Avenue, received November 6, 2020. And sorry, I thought I had that out already. Who is here tonight for this petition? Okay. Jackie and Leslie. Okay. So who is you guys gonna both speak sort of back and forth? Do you want me to swear you both in at the same time?
I can start and then I'll toss to Leslie.
Okay, so Ms. French, do you want to spell your name, please? And
yeah, it's JACQUELYN, French, FRENCH.
And do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're in the process of trying to do some renovations to the house, kind of both inside and outside. And as you can see from all of the information that we've sent, our lot in our house is non-conforming. I mean, we sort of sit in it's a pretty oddball shaped lot, and the house is in such a position that we can do almost nothing to it really without coming before the board. So I'm going to go through a couple of things that we want to do, and then I'll toss to Leslie and she can go through some of the other things. So starting the front of the house on the east side, we want to replace the existing steps and the landing basically at the front door. What's there right now, the landing is 51 inches wide and it's 23.5 inches deep. It's in pretty bad repair. It's concrete steps. I actually think that they probably are not even up to code at this point. But I will leave somebody more well-versed in that to decide. But anyway, so we want to take those out and we want to build a 5x8 landing and, nicer steps. And then we want to cover that, just cover the landing for weather purposes, basically. Additionally, in the front, as I didn't see this on the agenda, but it is actually on the plans. In order to accommodate a second bathroom upstairs, a second full bath, we want to expand the dormer in the front of the house. It would expand 4 feet on the roof, 4 feet east, I guess, and 3.5 feet on each side. It doesn't change the footprint of the house at all. It's only the dormer.
And that's currently in a position where it's the setback isn't appropriate. It's on.
That's
part of the
correct.
house. Yeah. Okay.
Is it?
Mhm.
So that's that side of the house. So then in the back, on the west side of the house, we want to expand the kitchen by a few feet, which again, I think you can see on the plans. And with that, we want to add a sliding glass door over by the kitchen table, and then include some decking that goes around the back of the house to increase our outdoor space, which we don't really have much right now, usable outdoor space. So that decking, as was described, goes around the back of the house. Some of it is uncovered, and then part of it would be covered by a roof to make a proper porch, and that swings around the side to connect with the existing deck that's on the south side of the house. So that's my description of what we want to do, and then I'm going to toss over to Leslie.
Okay. So let me just ask our attorney, can we add the dormer now? Is that a problem, Amy?
This is Amy. Does the dormer require additional relief?
Well, the problem is that I'm sorry, this is Leslie Mahoney.
Okay, so hang on. Please spell your name and spell your name first.
Leslie, Leslie, Mahoney, Mahoney.
And you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Excellent. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The dormer, as you make it wider, does infringe on the front street 25-foot setback.
Are you already asking for relief on that setback for those steps?
We
in
are
the front?
from the front steps on that side. We keep saying front because the east side of the house is technically the front of the house, but it shows up as the side. It's not actually the street front.
So it's the Kenyon side of the
Yes.
property. Okay.
Yes, but the relief is sought from the street side, which is the front side.
So that dormer would have to be from the front side, okay, so is that dormer, well, that dormer is on the side, on the Eldridge Court side, that goes from 8 feet to 7 feet? That's the side of the dormer?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, the dormer is perpendicular to the street.
So it's facing the front Kenyon side.
That's correct.
Okay. So technically the steps that is on the Eldridge Court side are going to be closer or are going to infringe on the setback more than the dormer. So you're already asking for relief on that side for the step.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So does that answer it, Amy? Does that mean that the dormer, well, steps
my
are infringing more than the dormer?
Yeah, my concern here though is that we have an aspect of the application that wasn't noticed, right? So the abutters didn't get notice and it's not on the agenda. So, this is an instance where I think when the town, and I think it does, this board goes, I think, above and beyond the requirements of the Open Meetings Act and the Zoning Enabling Act in giving a detailed description of the relief that's sought and what specifically needs relief. And I think here where you have dormers that are proposed to be included, I don't think we can just add them in last minute So I think that's something that either I would suggest the application be continued in its entirety, or they would have to file a separate application for relief for the dormers at some point.
So would anyone have to be notified, or it's just giving them another month to come forward?
So we would have to, my advice would be to send out a new notice, and this would appear on the agenda with the dormer specifically indicated. So it would be a matter of, do they want to potentially leave tonight with an approval if that's what the board decides to give? Or do they want to wrap it all up at once and not have to file a new application and come back? I mean, either way, they would have to file something new for the dormers.
Can I ask one question?
Sure, go for it.
So the dormer is set back much further than the steps, so we would be seeking less relief, if that matters.
Yeah, I think what matters is the nature of the infringement into the setback. And so, you know, and it wouldn't be me, but somebody might think, well, stairs, I'm not concerned about, but dormers, now you're talking something different. So there's, you know, a difference between stairs and dormers, and I understand the point, and that is the question I initially asked, but I do think out of an abundance of caution, especially really for your benefit here, where I do see an objection on the record, you know, the correspondence to the zoning board, I think it's in your best interest as well to make sure that the relief that's granted, if that's appropriate, is properly noticed.
So does that make sense? It's basically, you've got a couple choices. I mean, you can go ahead and just approve everything that was on the docket already that doesn't include the dormer. Or we can continue it and then notify the abutters again to say that it's now going to include the dormer. Or we split it up. You can get the dormer later and get everything approved tonight. So is that about it for options? Yeah.
Yes, this is Amy. Those are the options.
I'd prefer to move forward tonight.
Mhm.
Okay. So, and then you can file a separate petition to do the dormer.
The
If you
whole
want the dormer.
thing, again, the whole. Okay,
Well, if you move forward tonight, we can approve everything but the dormer.
right. But I mean, we have to do like another application and the mailings and the whole nine.
Yep. If we're going to start over with the dormer, or we just, I mean, getting 30 days or in about 30 days, we can hear the whole thing again, or just hear the whole thing.
Oh, okay, wait, so then, sorry, maybe I don't understand. So
Yeah.
if we choose to not move forward tonight, can I amend the application and not have to send the whole thing around again? Or either way, I have to send the plans and the whole thing around again?
No, not, you don't necessarily have to send the plans, right? I mean, you just have to send the
Or the letter.
notification.
That letter, yeah.
Correct.
the
It's
certified
really,
letter.
yep, this is Amy. It's the notice to the abutters and the listing of the application on the agenda that is the issue.
All right. Well, so
So-
if either way, I have to do that again, then we should just move forward tonight, because why not, right? Is there any downside to moving forward tonight that I'm not understanding?
The
No.
only-
Go
the
ahead,
only
Jess.
other consideration would be you'd have to pay another application fee for the new application for the dormers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so whereas,
Oh.
yeah, if the application is amended, we don't, we don't collect the fee again for an amendment. But if you're technically filing a new petition, a new fee is required.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so no fee, still the mailings, and then would I be on the December meeting list? If that,
Is that open right now, Jessica? Do we have enough room on it?
I just placed the legal ad today, but I think I could still change that legal ad to get her on the December, if the building official thinks that he could get the legal notice drafted in time.
I could do that.
And you would be first on the agenda.
Excellent.
Okay, that's good. We would not need any additional drawings because everything shows up on these plans.
It's just the description. Is really, we just have to get right.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question? Maybe it's
Sure.
best directed to Amy, it's Tom Daniels. If I'm looking at the drawing on page 12 of 15 of the application, and it doesn't look to me like the dormer is impinging at all on the setback. It looks like the setback is requested for the new porch overhang, and the dormer looks to me to be well within that setback. So let me ask the question this way, Amy. If there were nothing being done here except adding a dormer, would they need to be here?
You
Or
know,
would
this
they-
is
would-
Amy. I don't quite see, and maybe I'm missing it, so if I am, please point it out to me. I'm looking at the PDF, page 7 of 15, right? It's labeled zoning sketch, what we think of as the site plan. The ideal site plan for a zoning board has the
Yes.
setbacks labeled, right? We don't have that here. So if the architect's testimony is that the dormers protrude into or extend into the setback area, then yes, they would need relief. And I've seen, I don't know about this board, but I've seen applications where the only relief that's required and requested is just for dormers. Again, the concern is not so much with the plans, but with the notice. And we want to be sure that that anyone with the right to notice, and really frankly, anyone, because we notice these things on the agenda, knows what's being presented.
Well, in the front setback now, the front is considered Eldred Court, right?
Okay.
So that's the 25 they need. So the dormer would definitely be within that 25.
That's correct.
Yep. So, I mean, half the house is unfortunately in.
Yeah,
infringement, so,
the house basically violates the setback rules.
Right.
Just the existing
So,
house violates the setback rules.
But do the setback rules only pertain, is it to the structure or is it to a certain component of the structure?
This is
all the way
Amy, it's to right, it's every element of the structure from footprint to the roof.
I guess my question is more kind of along the line with Tom is saying, because if I'm looking at the street elevation front, I'm looking at the dormer that sits well behind like the porch and the eave of the house. And if there, I guess my question, if it doesn't, being like the whole structure violates the setback and the dormer itself doesn't violate the height variance. That's what I'm.
Yeah. This is Amy. I think that goes more to the board's, the weight of evidence that the board needs to convince itself that it's least relief necessary. I think that goes more to the merits of the application than the point I'm making, which is about proper notice.
Okay.
and in this case, I mean, certainly a second floor close to a property line could potentially be a bigger red flag.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so it's still up to Ms. French and Ms. Mahoney to determine how they want to move forward.
Okay, can I ask for 1 second? I want to talk to my husband for literally 1 second.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna mute myself so you find people don't have to hear it. Hang on.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Rosen.
was there a letter to be from another person that was objecting or supporting on this one?
It's a good point. I was looking for that in my printed package. And
Because
I
I
don't know
don't
if
find
it's-
it.
Is it in the digital one? I didn't pull it up.
Well, I didn't look at
This
the
is-
digital one.
This is Amy. I typically look at the website and Jess has posted a correspondence item received November 6, 2020. That may have been after the hard copy packet was sent out, but it is a correspondence objecting to the application. So
Okay.
Or snail mail people.
Okay, I understand your point, Amy. Okay.
Okay.
It was just, doesn't it seem like it would make a lot more sense just to continue and be first next month and
Yeah.
avoid the cost of the
I
application?
know, I think so. I don't know what to decide. Well, and especially where there's an objection, you want to just do it properly.
Well, that's actually what we're talking about, right? By the way, they know about the dormer, but it's, I completely understand what you're saying, Amy, so I'm not arguing the point. They do know about the dormer because we talked about it, but it's fine. But I'm wondering if, because there is an objection, do we go through it? Do we go through the rest of it tonight? Does it make sense to go through the rest of it tonight so then you guys can make your ruling, having heard their objection, and then in the event that we have to make changes, we do it all at once? I don't know. I'm not quite sure, honestly, what is the best thing to do.
We really, I mean, we couldn't, we obviously wouldn't want to give our full opinion tonight without.
Oh,
the-
you wouldn't.
The,
include the
yeah,
dormer.
without,
Then
without
that, you know what,
the,
then that makes the decision. Okay, understood.
yeah.
Understood. All right, then, you know what, then we should probably not continue tonight, and then we will, I know, Jess, I'll call you tomorrow maybe, and I will make sure I understand how to resubmit, what I need to resubmit and such. And then we'll take it from there. I'll just get that done quickly.
Yep.
Yeah, if
And,
we need to resubmit anything, let me know. Verbiage, drawings.
Okay.
Should they
So
withdraw?
is that okay, Jessica?
That's fine. I'm kind of feeling that they don't actually need to resubmit anything. Our office just needs to draft a new legal notice, which I will then email to you like I did the previous one, and you'll need to send that out certified, and we'll get you on the December agenda.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. very-
Great.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, should the applicant withdraw without prejudice here, or is that?
No, we can continue it.
yeah, I think, Tom, this is Amy. I
Oh.
think when she said not continue, I think she meant not move forward tonight. I think she meant we should
Oh, yeah.
continue the application, right?
The
That's the
legal.
Yes,
confusion
yeah.
with that word.
Yeah, sorry, that's a legal word. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
No, I want to continue, just not tonight.
okay, fantastic,
Okay.
great.
All right, well,
Uh,
thanks, everyone.
Yep, and I'm glad we caught it, because it obviously is an important part of the design, and wouldn't want to have you have that left off. So someone need to make a motion to continue the petition to our next meeting,
December
which is,
16th.
thank you, December 16th.
Well, I'll make a motion that the petition of Jacqueline French, care of Leslie Mahoney of 6 Bouvier Road, Marblehead, Massachusetts, that we continue that petition until December 16th.
So moved by Mr. Rosen. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Daniels. Any other discussion?
This is Amy. I'll just note
Yes.
for attendance purposes, if there's any issue with attendance, if it's not these same members on the call next month, you can consider it a new meeting. So whether you have the same members or if there's any difference in the membership, I mean, we basically didn't get out of the starting gate, so
Starting gate,
you can consider it a new meeting.
Okay, very good.
I
Thank you.
do see, yeah, go ahead, Jess.
Mr. Chairman, you do have someone in the audience who'd like to speak, Ryan Light.
Oh, please. Yes, Mr. Light.
You just need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, I'm here with my wife, Melissa Sheridan, and we live right on the south side of Jackie's property, and we border Kenyon Avenue as well.
Okay.
I guess our biggest concern is not necessarily with a dormer, but with the south side deck, which is going to be built within 2 foot 8 inches of our property. And in the plans, there's eaves that come less than 2 foot 8 inches. There isn't a dimension on the plan, but there's 20 foot of eaves that are less than 2 foot 8 inches from our property. And if you take the grade into account as the property slopes down Eldred and the pitch of the roof, that's almost 2 stories tall off the ground. So I just wanted to get that on paper before we kind of push everything under the bridge and move on about this dormer.
So that is, well, what I would say, Mr. Light, let's get a chance for them to sort of present the whole plan. Because we would certainly be asking questions like that to the building inspector in terms of the footprint versus overhangs and so forth. But at least we'll give them an opportunity to sort of present it first. And then we can ask those questions of them, but absolutely.
And let us know if you need us to resubmit the formal letter, the objection that we made, because it seems like maybe it didn't make it.
No, I actually see it now in the digital files, the November 6th, 2020. And what I'll do next meeting is I'll read it into the record. So you won't have to.
Thank you.
All right, no problem. Anyone else? Okay. So I believe, who made the motion? Mr. Rosen?
Yeah.
Yeah, made the motion. So how do you vote, Mr. Rosen?
Aye.
Mr. Daniel?
Aye.
Mr. Charkowik?
Aye.
Mr. Mark?
Aye.
And Chair, aye, motion passes, continued till December 16th. We'll see you then.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we're gonna skip to number 6, which is the petition of Peter and Christine Naktenis, care of Vincent Babcock, or Babak, I'm sorry, Babak, of 195 Tungus Hill Road, Suite 203, Fairfield, Connecticut, 06825, for a dimensional variance under the zoning ordinance as follows. The applicant is proposing to construct a 3-story addition on the front of the existing single-family dwelling. The proposed addition will be located 35 feet from the property line. The required setback is 40 feet. Relief of 5 feet is requested. The proposed addition will make the total lot area coverage 1,627 square feet. The size of the lot is 7,500 square feet. Dimensional variance is required per the zoning ordinance section 207, non-conforming lots of record, building setback requirements, and section 401, schedule of dimensional regulations, and section 907, standards of relief. Owner of the property is Peter A. and Christine M. Naktenis for premises located at 69 Rosebriar Avenue, Assessor's Map 96-1, Lot 43, and is zoned R30. For the, let's see, oops, I have too many things open right now. That's why. Okay, so they have the application that they submitted, signed and dated October 16th, 2020. The owner authorization form signed and notarized October 16th, 2020. Plan of the land prepared by South County Survey, James T. Calderon, PLS, dated July 29th, 2020. Existing and proposed architectural drawings prepared by Vincent Babak, AIA, dated October 16th, 2020. And the radius map, 200 feet of a butters list, legal notice and certified mailing receipts, and an affidavit of mailing. So who is here tonight to save me from butchering this complete introduction?
Hi,
Who's here?
good evening. My name's Ed Diamond, and I'm
Yes.
from Vincent Babick Architecture.
Okay. And I apologize for butchering that 3 times.
That's okay.
Who else is going to be speaking with you, Mr. Diamond? Anyone?
The homeowners may or may not be present, but if there's any questions for them, they might be available, but it's primarily going to be me.
Okay. So could you please spell your name?
Yeah, it's Ed, E-D, last name is Diamond, D-I-A-M-O-N-D.
Okay. And you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. So go ahead, sir.
Our task was to design an addition for the homeowners. Presently, they have a small Cape style house. The footprint is about only 900 square feet. So they were in need of more additional living, bedroom, and storage space. That necessitated the addition. We want to take advantage of the setback, and we want to fully extend to the setback line and extend the addition out to 17 feet in front, or the west side of the house. The addition will be 3 stories. We will be within limits of the height requirement. We are under 35 feet. We're at a little over 33 feet in height. However, we are asking for an additional 5 feet at the west side of the house, and that would be only 14 feet by 5 feet and not the full 29'4". The reason for that is if we were at 17 feet, the homeowners would not be able to fit their vehicle in the garage. We would have to penetrate the existing foundation wall at the front of the house. So we're asking to extend that first floor only and not the full 3 stories by 5 feet. That would bring us to 22 feet, and then they could fit their vehicle within that space. The first floor is primarily going to be the garage that we had talked about, a foyer, a bathroom, and storage space. The second floor would be a family room and a bedroom space, which is needed, and a bathroom. And the first floor, or rather the third floor, would be a studio, bedroom space, and also an outside deck area. Those are pretty much the program requirements. So again, we're asking for that additional 5 feet to accommodate the garage.
And in the lot coverage, obviously the garage is included, that extra 5 feet by 14 feet.
Correct.
Is
Yep.
included in the coverage. But that is not it solely, because that would be only 70 of that square feet. Okay. Board members, you have any questions for Mr. Diamond?
So, yes, Tom Daniels.
Mr. Daniel.
For the applicant. So you're allowed 325 square feet, 20% of what exists. You're asking for an increase of 127 square feet. Not sure that.
This is Amy.
17 by 29 is 493 square feet. You're allowed 325. That's 168 right there. You're asking for 127. That's not the math I get. So let's look at your site plan.
Yep.
17 feet on the north side, 29, we'll call it 29 feet on the west side, 17 times 29 is 493. You're allowed 325, 20% of what exists. The balance is 168 square feet, and you're requesting 127. So something, to me, unless I'm missing something, is not adding up. That doesn't even include the 5 by 14 extension on the front on the south side.
Yeah, we're at, Mr. Diaz, yeah, we're at 499 square feet plus the 70 for the bump out for the garage, and that puts us at 569 square feet.
Say it again for me.
You're correct. It's actually 499 square feet for that
Okay.
17 by 29 foot floor.
Okay,
And then when you add the 5 by 14 for the garage,
right.
that puts us at 569 square feet. The second floor and the third floor would be that same 499, except for that notch for the deck on the third floor.
But in doing the math that you just did, you're asking for 264 foot relief. The application is for 127 square feet relief. That's where I'm having a problem.
Yeah, I think the original application, we were asking for a dimensional variance, and then the zoning officer brought to our attention that we would be over a little bit more on the coverage as well. So we're here tonight to ask for the overage for that square footage also.
Right, well, you have a coverage of 1,627 square feet. And 20% of that gives you 325 additional allowed without anything, okay? But you're at 264, so you're well over the 127 you're requesting.
Vice Chair, this is Jamie.
I think.
Yes.
I can do the math on these, including the shed, the deck, the dwelling,
Okay.
and the addition, and I'll lay this out and get back to you shortly here, just to
Okay.
double check.
Okay. Please. We can come back to that, Mr. Daniels, if you like.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
Okay. Any other board members, questions for the applicant? So my question would be, in terms of lot coverage, I mean, I understand that the garage, the depth of, and not wanting to puncture the foundation of the existing building. But what of the rest of the proposed addition in terms of needing sort of the extra square footage if it's 150 or 120? What's the justification for or need? I should say?
Presently there's only one bedroom, so the homeowners needed another bedroom. And family room space was a requirement, and storage. I know they like to enjoy the ocean, and the storage space in the garage is for wetsuits and things of that nature. Presently, there really is no foyer or entryway. You just pretty much come into the living room of the house, and that's shown on the existing floor plans. The third floor, there was another requirement for another bedroom. So we're going from a 1 to a 3 bedroom home. We're still under 3,000 square feet for the house in total. Again, on the third floor, there was a need for storage space and a studio space on the third floor. We didn't want to optimize, have too much square footage on the third floor space. So we thought a deck on the third level would bring the massing down for the structure and something that's more appropriate to the neighborhood.
Okay. So, okay, so I see what we're adding. So the first floor, you're adding sort of the storage closet and bathroom area. Second floor is adding the family room, bedroom, and then the third floor is adding
Another bedroom
another bedroom and a studio
in the storage area,
and some
correct.
storage. Okay. And there's septic on the property?
There is, but that's going to be redesigned.
Okay.
I think the site engineer has looked at that a little bit, but he seems to think that with the 3 bedrooms in the addition that should work out fine, but he hasn't done the full septic design as of yet, but he's pretty certain that it will work.
So right now it's deemed a single family or a single bedroom? And it's going to 3?
Correct. The second floor is an office space. It has a tiny closet, but if you look at the existing second floor plan, they use that now as an office.
Okay.
And there's minimal headroom in that too, by the way. There's a knee wall approximately 4 feet high at the end.
I think I have all the numbers if you guys want to go over them.
Yes, please.
So we have the total area of the lot is 7,500 square feet. So their allowed lot coverage would be 1,500.
1,600 or
1,500.
15, okay.
So the existing house is 30 by 30. That's 900 square feet. The existing deck, 10 by 10, so 100. That brings us to 1,000. The shed is 64, so 1,064. And then the addition is 563. And that grand total is 1,627.
Which is what they requested.
I'm basing, because some of the dimensions on here for the deck and the shed aren't there. I'm using the tax assessor's information.
Okay. I'm good with that.
So, okay. But didn't we just say the tax card wasn't necessarily reliable dimension wise? Technically.
It can be from time to time, yeah. The surveyor didn't note the dimensions on the shed. And then using the plans submitted, I don't see the existing footprint for the decks. So yeah, again, I'm referring to the tax card.
So if you were to go there and you measured everything up after they build everything and it doesn't equal that, then.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't always equal. I think they round up or down depending on where it lands on the tape measure.
So, so this is Amy. I think you can go forward with if approval is what the board's inclined to do, condition any relief on the building official checking all the numbers, which is done anyway in the normal course, right? So, you know, the applicant can certainly choose to go forward with the plans as submitted. And, right, you know, sometimes there's mistakes on the tax cards, sometimes they're accurate. At the end of the day, it's going to be the building official reviewing everything to make certain everything is okay.
Okay. So does that satisfy you, Mr. Daniels?
Yes.
In terms of, okay. Any other board members, questions for the applicant?
Yeah, this is Bill Rosen. It was mentioned about a septic system. Where is that on the map?
It's not shown, Mr. Daniels, it's not shown on this particular map. But it's in the front yard, but it's not located exactly, but that will be redesigned.
Yeah, because you're going from 1 bedroom to 3 bedrooms. And how many baths are there going to be?
In total, on the first floor, there will be 1.5 baths on the first floor. On the second floor, there will be 2.
And how many are present in the existing house?
Presently, there are 2 full bathrooms.
So you're increasing by 1.5, correct?
Correct.
Well, just so you know, Bill, that it's all by bedroom. They can have 100 bathrooms in there, but it's all by bedroom.
Okay, that's fine, but.
So,
well, the reason I'm asking these questions is because Rosebriar has come up before.
Yep.
And there is an objector on, as I recall. And there seems to be a lot of wetlands around there, but if the septic system is in the front yard, I assume that there's no wetlands there. I don't know if there are in the backyard, but that's neither here nor there. It just came into my head that this neighborhood had come up previously with a problem with a septic system. So I thought I'd ask that question.
Absolutely.
I know there's no wetlands in the front of the property. But as I said, the new design will meet any regulations or conformance that's required.
Yeah, I assume it will have to go through DEM and all that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay, thank you.
and Jessica, was there anyone that sent a correspondence in relative to this?
There was, Mr. Bert Hess had sent in two correspondence in regards to this. And do you want me to read them? Or?
Yeah, please. Yeah, I believe I just opened them up.
So the first one was submitted November 11th, saying that he resides at 59 Rosebriar. He's a property owner of raw land, plat 90-4, lot 220, and a wetlands pond, plat 96-277, within 100 feet of the proposed structure. He is opposed to the granting of any variance for any properties located in the wetlands and/or flood zone. The points he makes: the challenge is caused by the coronavirus should add a 1-year delay to this application. The requested dimensional variance could significantly alter the general characteristics of the surrounding area. The new addition would cover the entire 1-bedroom septic leaching field. The DEM OWTS information has not been included by the engineer or the owner. The location of the proposed driveway, parking area, and walkway are not shown. The buildable area available may be reduced from 50 feet by 150 feet, which is 7,500 square feet, to 46 feet by 120 square feet, which is 5,520, due to the existing concrete retaining walls and the Coastal Resource Management Council wetland deed restriction of 30 feet from the rear property line. And it says one of the existing on-site 5 feet high concrete retaining walls has been compromised. And then his second letter was also received on November 11th. The subject is a request for dimensional variance from 40 feet to 35 feet. He states that he is opposed. Says, I am opposed to any additional construction of this wetlands parcel without the updating of all testing and approvals of the various agencies tasked with this project. I believe that this petition has been presented to the zoning board at an inconvenient time. And that's
Okay.
it.
So, Mr. Diamond, did you receive these objections?
I
Did
did
anyone in
not.
your?
Not
did not.
yet. I'm hearing it for the first time.
Okay. So let's look at these one by one. The first is there were challenges caused by COVID that should delay this application. I'm going to put this to Amy. We've certainly been having meetings and people are able to, we're authorized to conduct meetings in this manner.
Correct. This is Amy. Remember, we had the one issue, I want to say April, maybe May, where someone said, where an objector said, I don't know how to use Zoom at this point. It's unfortunately the new reality. There's ample opportunity for people to weigh in. Whether or not this person is on the line, they've submitted correspondence, they've raised a substantive objection, the board members can consider it and give it what weight they think it deserves. I don't think it is appropriate to say, variance requests should be postponed until COVID is over for a variety of reasons. I don't think that's appropriate.
Well, they have other points here, maybe those others. So they're saying that it can certainly alter the general characteristic of the surrounding area. This is something I think that's sort of the biggest issue of the application in terms of scale of the proposed additions to the property, because we're talking about an intensity to beyond the coverage as well as setbacks. So I know, Mr. Diamond, you've talked about that. Is there anything you sort of want to add to sort of talking about the sort of need, because this is an impact based on its scale?
Based on the scale of the structure?
Well, based on the scale of the proposed change to the structure, which is not only the request for the dimensional variance of closer to the sidelines and front line, excuse me, but also the lot coverage. So it's sort of justifying sort of the need to sort of add this to the structure.
Yeah. I think if you're familiar with the area, as you probably all are, a lot of the homes in the area are putting on additions. If you look at the scale of the house presently, as we pointed out before, it's a small cape. The homeowners do need the additional space. I believe they'd like to live there year round eventually. We were sensitive to the area. I respectfully understand Mr. Hess's concerns regarding this, but we were sensitive in the design in terms of getting relief at the setbacks and not having a full facade. I can't cite the precedents before this, but I know even the house next door to the south put on an addition of similar height. So this isn't the first application I think that you've had relative to this sort of an addition in terms of height and scale. I think other homes in the area are undergoing these types of changes and additions. But again, we want to make this an architecturally pleasing building, and we think it will be an enhancement to the street.
So is there anything relative to the existing dwelling that's an impact towards the placement of the addition?
Well, we can't go in the back. And again, that's I know there's, wetlands back there, but we are allowed, the only way we could really put an addition on this particular home is to go in the front. And we do have that 17 feet. And that's really the only place we can go with this addition.
Okay. Board members, any questions relative to that? Because I'll keep going through this.
Yeah, Tom Daniels. Mr. Diamond, is your testimony that there's no impact to the wetlands by this proposed addition?
I was told that the wetlands and the area that can't be built on is in the back. There's obviously some fields in the back there that I think might be owned by Mr. Hess, I'm not certain about that, but from what little I know about the site plan and the preparation that was done for that, I think we're going to adhere to all regulations in terms of wetlands, engineering, septic, and, you know, we're going to do take all those steps prior to building, obviously. We want to make sure everything is in conformance with the town and all regulations.
Sure. So is it your testimony then you believe that the proposed addition does not impact the wetland setbacks in any way? Is that what you believe?
That's what I believe, but the engineer who's actually doing the site plan, he'll know for certain when he does his design in terms of the driveway. I think we're here tonight just to see that if we could do an addition of this magnitude, but the engineer, the site engineer, will do all the engineering relative to this and to make sure that it doesn't have any adverse impact on the wetlands or anything else for that matter.
Thank you.
And to Mr. Gorman, Jamie, there would be triggers to this that they wouldn't be able to build in an area where there's either an existing septic field or there are wetlands. I mean, it's not just you that needs to flag these things.
Yeah, correct. So they would need to get a system suitability from Rhode Island DEM for the existing or a new septic system. And then if it's within Coastal Resource Management Council, within proximity of the wetlands, if there are on the rear property, they'd have to receive approval from them prior to us issuing a building permit.
And they wouldn't be able to build on an existing septic system if
No.
They wouldn't do, okay. Well, that kind of gets rid of the next thing.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
excuse me. The Nictenises have their hand raised. I don't know if they're looking to speak.
Oh, yeah, of course. We'll have to swear you in. So please spell your name for us, please.
First name is Christine, Chrisistine. Last name is Naktenis, Naktenis. And this is my husband, Peter. But I'm the only one that's speaking.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I swear, yes.
Okay, and Peter, you don't have to say a thing, really. It's
I'll try not.
Thank you all for your time. And just to add a little bit to what Mr. Diamond was saying is that we purchased this property about 4 years ago, and we've been saving our money so that we could move into it full time. We live in Connecticut and we have a young son, and we're excited for him to go to the South Kingston schools. So right now it's a 1-bedroom. So obviously with a young son and an older son, we can't move in at this point. We need a garage and we need 2 more bedrooms for our kids. But when we first purchased the property, Mr. Hess approached us and let us know that he does own the wildland or the wetlands behind us. And so when we started looking at architectural plans with Mr. Diamond, we said that we wanted only to look at going forward. We never even looked at going back because we knew how sensitive this was on our street with the wetlands. And as a former National Park Ranger, we're all about that. We want to make sure that we abide by everything. We've already spoken to the biologist and she was really helpful and explained to us that, you know, there is some back for us, but we just don't even want to go there. We want to make sure that we're moving forward so that to keep our neighbors happy, but also just for the safety of the wetlands. So that's the whole reason the project is moving towards the street. So that was really all I want to say.
And the practicality of relative to adding to the existing building, even if there were some room, would it make sense to move in that direction relative to the orientation of the building or any of the function of the building?
I mean, it makes sense for us for the purpose of a garage. And then obviously, since we want to add bedrooms, we know we have to do the raised bed septic. And so the only place to do that is going to be in the front, away from the wetlands. So
Right. And it's not your intent to tear down the building and start over. You guys want to build off of the building that's there.
Would love it if we could afford to do that, but yeah, we can't afford to do that.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. No problem. And then the information for the OWTS isn't in front of this board at this time, so we don't need to consider that. The location of the driveway, parking area, and walkway, again, aren't part of the dimensional variance, so they wouldn't be considered. So the second to last, the buildable area available may be reduced from the 50 by 150 foot. I'm not really sure what this line is relevant to in terms of the existing retaining wall and the Coastal Resource Management Council wetlands deed restrictions. As far as we know, this is not entering any areas that have been identified by Coastal Resources or any other at this point. So unless the building itself is, we're moving further away from the water feature. So I'm not expecting that you're moving into a wetland area.
We are not in a flood zone. We don't have flood insurance. We're not, so we shouldn't be in a wet area.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess there's obviously some concern he has with this concrete retaining wall. And I guess he's saying that potentially your buildable area could be reduced based on how they flag the wetlands. Is that what he's suggesting by this line?
The concrete retaining walls are on the north and south boundary of our property. The wetland is on the east boundary of our property. So it doesn't actually make any sense. And he is not our neighbor. He doesn't border our property.
Okay. Oh, so the concrete retaining walls. Now, help me with the topography of there. Is the topography so abrupt that the concrete retaining walls are holding back sort of changes in the topography?
Yeah.
Are they actual? I mean, because they're labeled here as a concrete retaining wall on the survey plan. Are they sort of just more of a divider between?
They do divide they divide our property from the neighbors to the north of us and the neighbors to the south of us. Mr. Diamond would have to speak more to that if there's something more than that to it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the retaining walls do hold back some earth. They're approximately 4 feet high.
Okay.
Both retaining walls, if you're in the front yard of Christine and Peter, there's a drop off on both sides of approximately 4 feet.
Okay.
But we have a structural engineer who's looking at that, and any excavation that's done, we're going to make sure that it doesn't undermine the integrity of the retaining walls. So that should not be an issue at all.
But that's not his concern is for other people. Like that's not his property that the retaining walls are on. Okay. But again, that's not in front of us. Okay.
I just have a question here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
It looks like those retaining walls are on this property, not on the abutter's property. Is that correct? Okay.
Meaning that they're Peter and Christine's, like
Yes.
they're clearly on their property. Okay.
Yeah, it's within the property boundary, so.
Right, they are.
Well, he's
I can't really
concerned
tell
about
how
your
far.
walls, I guess. So,
Yeah.
Okay. Now, okay, and then the other letter that was sent is related to the wetlands parcel. Okay, without approvals of various agencies. But again, you're asking for just a dimensional variance relative to lot coverage and setback. So it really doesn't require us to have any other approvals per se. So so really, I think out of this, And I apologize if Mr. Naktenis is on the call and wishes to add to it, please do. I apologize if I wasn't allowing him to speak on his behalf.
Mr. Chairman.
You mean Mr. Hess, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah, you're right there, Peter. I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Hess. Thank you. Yeah, I told you couldn't talk, Peter. That's right. Mr. Hess.
I just want to confirm that there's been no objection from the, it looks like the Weirs who live directly next door to the abutters.
None that we have received.
Okay.
But I do actually, someone just raised their hand who it may be. So if you want to have them speak, and let's get their name because it's not down clearly.
Sure. And
can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Yes. What's your name?
Kevin Weir.
Oh, Kevin Weird. Okay, sir. Do you could you please spell your name?
Kevin Weir.
And you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Weir.
So I live on the south side of Peter and Christine. And as far as the aesthetics, the retaining wall, to be honest with you, I personally don't think they're 4 feet high, but you know, whatever, they're a couple feet high. I have absolutely no problem with this at all. As a matter of fact, as far as the aesthetics of the neighborhood, as soon as you make that left into Rosebriar, Mr. Hess has a 3-story home. I have a 3-story home. The neighbors, the north side of Peter and Christine just recently did, you had mentioned the people in the south. It's actually people in the north recently completed a beautiful extension. If anything, it's done, I think it's improved the aesthetics of the street. Absolutely. So, you know, I have no problem with this. I've had encounters with coastal wetlands myself personally, out of really ignorance of not knowing, cutting grass that I shouldn't be touching, et cetera, et cetera. I've had to walk my property personally with, I forget the gentleman's name. Well, it was signed by Jeffrey Willis at Coastal Resource Management Company. And I've got my hand slapped, like I said, not trying to, you know, do anything to wetlands at all. But I no longer have allowed to cut the grass in the back of my home. There's no structures there. So everything that Peter and Christine do are absolutely to, you know, southeast, west, the west side of their property. You know, well far. If anything, they're going way far away from wetlands, natural preserves, all that sort of thing. So I'm in, you know, total support of whatever Peter and Christine want to do. So that's just my
great. Board members, any questions for Mr. Weir? No. Okay. And Christine, go ahead.
So you're the immediate neighbor on the south side.
That's correct.
And you're saying Mr. Hess is your neighbor further south in the same color gray house?
Exactly. I'm exactly between Peter and Christine and Mr. Hess.
Okay. All right. So both of which are 3-story structures.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Weir? No. Okay. I was going to say, Christine, you know, as a park ranger, that there is a Weir Farm down in Connecticut, and which is a national park, and you're moving next to a weir, so there's some irony there. So, all right. Is there anyone else that has any comments related to this petition out in the audience? Since
yes,
we're taking some
Chairman.
questions.
Rich R has raised his hand.
Okay.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Rich Rita, R-E-D-A.
Yes, sir.
I am on the other side of the house. Again, I don't know north or south, but I'm on the other side of Peter and Christine.
Okay, could you spell your name for us, please?
REDA.
Okay, and first name Richard?
Yes,
Okay. And do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, so please, what would you like to say?
Peter and Christine are great neighbors, and I would just say that I am on the other side with the retaining wall, and I have no issues. I have 100% confidence that they will build this lovely structure, taking into consideration the strength and integrity of the retaining wall. So being their neighbor, I have no concerns with that. And again, I would agree with Kevin aesthetically. I think it'll look great.
Okay. Well, thank you. Board members, any questions for Richard? Mr. Rita?
Richard, where is your septic system relative to the wetlands?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mine is.
Did you hear the question?
I didn't move my septic's always where it's been. In the back.
What's in the back?
In the back of your house. Okay. Yep, that's it from me.
Anyone else for Mr. Rita? Any questions? Okay, thank you. Jessica, anyone else?
No one else has raised, Mary Gales. I have one person who keeps raising her hand, but then disappearing. Okay, she's back. So it's Mary Gail Smith.
Okay.
All right,
Ms.
she
Smith,
just
can-
needs to unmute.
Yeah.
She should be good.
It's actually Bert Hess that's using Mary Smith's computer.
Very good, Mr. Hess. So could you please spell your name for us?
Hess.
Okay, and do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. So go ahead, sir, please. I spoke for you, but I'm not sure if you want to elaborate, please.
You spoke, elegantly and truthfully. I just want to add a little history to the house. I've actually lived in the house, Peter's house and Christine's house. My wife, who has passed, was her house, and we lived in it approximately 20 years ago. The house was built about 25 years ago. It took about 3 years of permitting to be able to build the house as a just one bedroom, and at that time it was called an ISDS. And the reason for the walls was in order to have a septic system that would work, that it was filled with sand. The new addition that's being proposed is entirely over the leaching field that now exists. And the septic tank is in front of the leaching field, as you probably know, as you can see the cover. And so that parcel was raised approximately 5 feet above the existing grades in order to be able to satisfy DEM. So I have the drawings and the details of the walls, and the walls are need to have, obviously the proper engineering and soil testing to be able to not to disturb them. But I can make those available.
Okay.
And just a further comment, we are in a flood zone in the backyards. There is portions of our parcels, our land is flood and has on 2 cases, in Kevin Weir's case and mine, the posts are still there. They're in place as required by coastal. On Peter and Christine's lot, Yeah, I'm not sure if they had posts or, but there was definitely a requirement that you could not cut or build or have any structure in the back. The shed was moved by the previous owner back further into the wetlands. So it really shouldn't have been, but that's what was done. Thank you very much for the opportunity of speaking.
Okay. Well, before you go, is there board members, any questions for Mr. Hess? Mr. Daniels, I think you're on mute.
Sorry, this is Tom Daniels.
It's
Mr.
okay.
Hess,
Go ahead, sir.
You are a butter to the to the rear of the property. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
I just have one question. I just wondering
Yes,
if you
please.
would be willing to elaborate on your objection to the alteration of the general characteristics.
I think the existing house was designed and built and as a summer cottage. The new addition is twice the size of the existing cottage. And if you take the grade as the fill that was done for the septic system and then you go up 33 feet or 35 feet, you're going to be higher by 3 to 5 feet than our 3-story houses that are next to it.
Okay. So is your concern primarily aesthetics or the environmental impact this might have?
It's both, actually. We're losing wetlands as we continue to build or ask for additional coverage of our parcels. In other words, exceeding the 20%.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, is that it, Mr. Hess? Do you want to say some more or?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Everybody else good?
I just have a question for Mr. Diamond. Just wondering if that assessment as to the difference in the height as compared to the 2 other 3-story houses is accurate in your opinion. It seems like he's saying it's 3 to 5 feet taller than the other 2 3-story houses.
I don't know the exact dimension, but I know it's similar. And again, we are below the 35-foot threshold by 1.5 feet.
That's all I have.
And just to check with Jamie now, it's the median height of, or where do you measure? So let's say property to property is different by fill or by nature. Does it matter? Like how the site reads?
So if it's improved or if it's going to be a substantial improvement or addition, you're going to take the measurements from the 4 outermost corners of the foundation, and it would be the average of existing grade there to the highest point of the structure. So if it was unimproved and this was a vacant parcel, it would be the average grade from the 4 outermost corners of the proposed placement, average existing grade.
So it's only based on the existing right now. So it's not based on anything previous that might have happened or fill or anything, because.
Correct.
Okay.
So it sounds like the structures are substantially similar in that, if you take into account the 3 to 4 feet of extra fill that was put on the parcel, that covers the height differential there. But I mean, I understand how the height measurement's taken.
Is that it, Casey?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hess. Is there anyone else that wants to speak on behalf of this petition? For the applicant, Mr. Diamond, anyone that you wish to present? Anyone else on behalf? of
No,
your-
that's it, Chairman.
And Peter and Christine, you guys are okay? Anything to add?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the time that you guys spent.
No problem. Okay, board members, what are folks thinking? Bill, you have any thoughts?
Sure, Tom Daniels.
Oh, Mr. Daniels, go for it.
I have no problem with what the applicant's requesting. It's pretty obvious they're going to need a whole lot more here before they can proceed in terms of a possible wetlands approval. We don't know that for sure. We don't have testimony that says they are outside the wetlands, conclusive testimony. And certainly they're going to need septic approval from DEM. So there's a number of hurdles they're going to have to go through here. But as far as the addition and as far as it being consistent with the other homes in the neighborhood, I really don't have any problems. There's no other way that they can go to the rear. And they have testified they have a growing family and they want to move here full time. So we need to welcome them to South Kingstown, and I don't have any problem with the proposed addition.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a question for Amy. Is this application liable to come before us again?
This is Amy. I'm not sure I understand why would it come before us again?
Associated with the septic system.
So this is going to be subject to permitting by DEM, and is CRMC relief needed also?
Doesn't seem like it's been determined whether or not.
Possibly.
Okay, so definitely okay, now I'm, okay. Remember, as I have been telling you, and Bill, I think maybe you haven't heard as many updates on this as some of the other more tenured board members, but in 2015, the General Assembly amended state law to direct DEM and CRMC to promulgate new regulations for wetland setbacks. And when those regulations eventually become effective, they will supersede all local zoning regulations related to wetland setbacks. We're in 2020 now. They did a workshop, they meaning DEM and CRMC, there was some kind of workshop last fall. I think a week ago was informed that they are reviving that effort to finally move forward. So at some point, and I don't know whether it will be within the next year or perhaps later, but at some point soon, and I've told the board this, be aware that there's going to come a point in time when we will no longer see applications related to wetland setbacks. That's all going to be a matter of state level permitting. So, unless the development plan is altered, I don't anticipate that this applicant would have to return.
Okay, thank you. Thus, I agree with Tom. I don't see any problems with this. The 5 feet don't give me any pause, and I will vote for.
Okay. Mr. Mark?
Yeah, I agree as well. I think it's a very conscientious decision to, just stay away from the wetlands, keep everything in the front. And equally, I mean, we can give our approvals, but I think, they're, going up against CRMC and DEM is probably the real test that I think that Mr. Hess is objecting to. So, but what we have before us, I think, is perfectly fine.
And Mr. Charkowick, do you have any thoughts?
I concur with the other board members. I don't have any objection to this.
Yeah, and I would agree. I think based on the criteria in which they need to sort of prove their burden, that certainly the least relief, I think I always have an issue with as to what's least, but certainly that they only need it for the fact that they want to fit a garage in there. There are some existing conditions on that the house is there, which sort of restricts where they can build from. And they're building in a direction which has the least impact. So I don't particularly have any issue with it. I think it's very thoughtful and the approach, and it's sort of fitting in with the surrounding area. So is there anyone that wants to make a motion?
Want me to do it, William, or do you want to do it?
Go ahead, Tom.
Okay. Okay. Motion to approve the petition of Peter and Christine Noctenis of Fairfield, Connecticut for the variance that has been read into the record by the chairman. They're asking for a 5-foot relief on setback and for 127 square foot relief on the lot size coverage. The Mr. Ed Diamond spoke on behalf of the applicants and presented the drawings and the site plans, of which are made a part of the record, and the record is complete. The application, the site plans, and the drawings make a complete application. The applicant, Christine Noctenis, spoke and testified that the reason for the addition to the property is because they wish to move here full time. They have a growing family and they need some additional space. And we heard testimony from Mr. Diamond as well that the proposed addition to the front of the property, that would be the west side facing Rosebriar Avenue, is really the only logical place for this addition, with a 5-foot extension for a garage. The rear of the property is likely in wetlands. We don't have direct testimony about the wetlands, but we do have some testimony from one of the objectors that there are some wetlands in the rear. So the only way that they can really do this proposed addition is in the front of the property, which would be the west side. We also had testimony from 2 of the abutters, one, Mr. Kevin Weir, who is an abutter on the south side, totally in favor of the addition, and did testify that it would certainly be keeping within the character of the neighborhood, because there are a number of 3-story buildings and houses that have been recently remodeled on Rosebriar Avenue. We also had testimony from Richard Rita, who lives on the north side and is an abutter to the property. And he again was favorable to the request and explained the retaining walls and the need for the retaining walls that are currently existing on the property, and indicated that the addition would not be out of character with the existing neighborhood. We did have an objector, and that's Mr. Bert Hess, who submitted a letter mostly concerned with wetlands and with the current septic system. The current septic system will be remodeled and redone, of course, and it would appear that there is no impact on the wetlands, but certainly the applicant will need to go through DEM for their septic and any possible wetlands issues with CRMC before they're issued the building permit. Most of the objection from Mr. Hess was answered, I believe, by not only the abutters, but by Mr. Diamond and also by the applicant herself, Miss Christine Noctenis. The board finds that the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land. Again, we have wetlands in the back, And there's just no way of doing the proposed addition to the rear or to the easterly side of the existing property. And it is a narrow lot. There is no way they can go to the north or south side. It's not due to the characteristics of the surrounding area and is not due to a physical or economic disability of the applicant. The board finds that the hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant, does not result primarily from the desire of the applicant to realize greater financial gain, because they simply want to make this their permanent residence. And with the dwelling the way it is, it's very small cape, and they have a growing family and need the additional space as outlined in the drawings submitted with the application. The board finds that the granting of the requested variance will not alter the general characteristic of the surrounding area or impair the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan upon which this ordinance is based, because we have testimony from two abutting lot owners, property owners, that the structures on Rosebriar, many have been remodeled, as many are in fact 3-story structures, and that's what this applicant is requesting, and it will be perfectly in character with the other homes that are existing on Rosebriar Avenue. The board finds that the relief to be granted is the least relief necessary, because once again, there is no other alternative on the property to go to the south side, the north side, or the east side due to the possibility of wetland infringement, especially on the east side. The board finds that the hardship suffered by the owner of the subject property, if the dimensional variance is not granted, amounts to more than a mere inconvenience, because once again, the family cannot expand in the present residence. They wish to become full-time members of the community, have a growing family, and simply need the additional room. And with that, I would ask that the board approve the petition.
Great, Mr. Daniels, thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Charkowik. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Daniels.
Aye.
Mr. Charkowik.
Aye.
Mr. Rosen.
Aye.
Mr. Mark.
Aye.
Mr. Cagnetta. Aye. Motion passes. Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have one more petition for tonight. Anyone need to take a break?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so let's take about 5 minutes to about 9:22 or so.
Have a 5-minute break.
Mr. Chairman, is the only thing we're considering on this particular application the liquor license?
I think, technically, yes, and I was gonna.
The liquor service area, I should say.
The liquor, yeah, and that's why, oh, Amy's back, so,
I
okay,
guess-
so we'll call the meeting back to order. It's 9:25. So Yes, the next petition, let me read it into the record. But then I was going to ask if Amy could perhaps put it, just package it for us real nice as to what we're here for. So this is the petition of 629 Succotash Road, LLC, DBA Matunic Oyster Bar, 629 Succotash Road, South Kingstown, Rhode Island, 02879 for a special use permit under the zoning ordinance as follows. The applicant is seeking a special use permit to expand its liquor service area to the 1,500 square foot rooftop deck. The rooftop deck was previously constructed to accommodate the allocation of seating due to COVID-19 restrictions. The lot size is 0.8 acres. Special use permit is required per our zoning ordinance section 200E, used by variance, special exception, or special use permit, section 907C, continuation or extension of the special use. And the owner of the property is PKW LLC for the premises located at 629 Succotash Road, South Kingstown, Rhode Island. Assessors map 87.2, lot 189, and is zoned CW commercial waterfront. In this application, we have several items. We have the application with the narrative signed and dated October 16th, 2020. The owner authorization form signed and notarized October 16th, 2020. Boundary survey plan prepared by Deprete Engineering, Michael E. Gavitt, PLS, dated October 26, 2016. Previous zoning decision rendered December 21st, 2011, and recorded in South Kingstown Land Evidence Book L1456, page 311 through 314 on January 3rd, 2012. The radius map of 200 abutters list, legal notice and certified mailing receipts with affidavit of mailing. And then the applicant's exhibits 1 through 3 with cover letter from Adler, Pollock, and Sheehan, PC, dated November 6, 2020. And those 3 are applicant's exhibit 1, which is a resume of Paige R. Bronk, AICP. Written report prepared by Paige R. Bronk, AICP, dated November 5th, 2020. And then the existing roof deck framing plan reflecting roof deck as currently built. So the first thing I want to make sure of is we've got 5 of us here now. And Mr. Rosen, you've mentioned that you might not be here next month.
No,
Is that
I
correct?
will.
Mr. Mark.
You will. Mr. Mark won't be
Mr.
here
Mark.
next month. You.
The other bill.
The other bill. All you bills look alike. So, so there, so our goal would be to get through it tonight. And if we can't get through it tonight, it'll have to wait until Mr. Mark, you are back. So, so there's that. And then I wanted to make sure that we're refining our intent here. And there's a couple things I think that certainly the petitioner will go over. But I was just hoping Amy can kind of give us a little synopsis of sort of what it all means, because they mentioned sort of the COVID exception. The deck is already there. So Amy, could you just sort of summarize it a little more for us, perhaps?
Sure, this is Amy Goins, legal counsel. At some point, and I apologize for not having the date in front of me, but at some point the town, I believe by executive order, suspended certain provisions of the zoning ordinance requiring zoning relief for expansion, for temporary expansion of service areas. And right, this was when restaurants were allowed to reopen with outdoor dining over the summer, replacing some of that indoor capacity that was limited severely by the governor's executive orders and the DBR regs. it was felt that as a matter of survival for the restaurants in town, they should be allowed to temporarily expand their service areas. So, and I unfortunately didn't spend as much time in South Kingstown over the summer as I'm sure you all did, but you probably saw many restaurants in town and elsewhere had outdoor setups that were new. And South Kingstown wasn't the only town to take a similar action, basically giving temporary allowances to do something that in normal times would require advance approval from the zoning board, right? So this, yes, the only legal reason the applicant is here tonight is because this restaurant is a use that exists by special use permit, right? A restaurant with alcohol is a special use in this zone. And you know, over the years, several times when the service area has been proposed to be expanded, they've come before this board and received approval to do so. And because of the nature of the use being permitted by special use permit, that's the category that this restaurant is always going to be in, unless and until there's some kind of zoning ordinance amendment. So my understanding is because the executive order or the town rule that allowed these temporary expansions to service areas is still in effect because the local and states of emergency are still effective. My understanding is they're coming before the board tonight earlier than they really would need to based on the nature of the expansion, right? And you'll hear more about that in the applicant's presentation. But yes, this is to legalize officially something, a change to the service area that was done over the summer in, lawfully under the executive order. But at some point when that lapses and no longer becomes effective, all of the restaurants that wish to make those expansions permanent will be required to receive approval from the board.
But this isn't for the additional dining space permission, like, because they would need permission to have the rooftop deck, right? From us, or no?
So my interpretation, and then the applicant's attorney can offer her interpretation. You know that no matter what, anything with liquor requires approval by the council. So it's not only the liquor service area, but really to me, it's the board needs to confirm whether eventually after COVID restrictions are lifted, the rooftop deck will result in any expansion in capacity. I want to say they've put in their application no, but I don't want to misstate that. So confirm that. Generally we require any changes to a property or use that's permitted by special use permit to be reviewed and approved by the board, so we can determine whether those changes create any impacts that, whether the impacts satisfy the special use permit standards. So I think it's both the expansion of the liquor to the rooftop deck, but also the fact that you now have, service of any kind on the rooftop deck. And again, you can ask the applicant's attorney to confirm their understanding of it. But that's my
I'll let them
understanding.
present first before I start with a question. That'll be more fair. So, okay. So thank you, Amy. So who was here to speak on behalf of this petition?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Elizabeth Noonan. I'm a lawyer with the law firm of Adler, Pollack and Sheehan in Providence, and I represent the applicant and owner in this matter, essentially the Matunic Oyster Bar. On the panelists today, I have Christine DBAs, who is just from my office assisting me. Perry Rasso, the principal of Matunic Oyster Bar, is on this. Paige Bronk is a planner, AICP, that has submitted his report. We'll have him testify. And we also have Mr. St. Jean. You may recall Rick St. Jean has testified before this board before, and he is on a phone call with 999 at the end, so he knows how, hopefully, to unmute himself when, if I need to ask any questions. He's the one that actually did the deck design. So with that, shall I start?
Yeah, do you want to swear everybody in right now, or do you want to sort of do it one at a time?
No, that'd be fine. Perry and Paige and Rick, raise your right hands, I guess.
Okay. Do you all swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, great. Thank you. So why don't you go ahead and start with your first person.
Great. Thank you. Actually, just a little, follow up on what Amy said. Currently, the roof deck that's in place, and hopefully many of you have had a chance to go there, was all done under these emergency COVID regulations. Mr. Rasso spent a lot of money to build that deck that Mr. St. Jean designed. Obviously, it's up on the roof, so there's some hurricane issues, egress issues, and so that was Mr. St. Jean did that with plans that were approved by Mr. Pimentel when he was with the town. And so what we're looking for today is approval once the COVID regulations are rescinded. Hopefully that will be soon. This is, as you've seen it, it's an outdoor deck on the top of the roof. There has been no expansion whatsoever of the footprint of the building. If you've been there, you've noticed that there's been some changes in obviously, the capacity of how many people can sit. The outdoor bar has been removed. The indoor bar is just a service bar. But key to this whole thing right now is that there's been no change in the capacity as determined by the fire department. This, the way this is working now is that the fire department has set the capacity. So due to the COVID restrictions and the rearrangement of, the bar areas, it is below it's at or below its pre-COVID capacity. So obviously we intend to keep that going forward. Post-COVID, how that's going to rearrange, I can't say right now, but our goal is obviously to always stay within the fire capacity. So with that, I think we'll go into the description of the deck. Rick, if you could just briefly tell the board what you designed in terms of the deck, and you'll see in the materials that we submitted along with Mr. Bronk's report is that it was not built out in its entirety. It's only partially at this point, but again, there's spacing out on the deck. There's low lights. There's no roof cover on it or anything. It is pure open space. So clearly, barring some unforeseen nice warm days, it's not going to be used again until we get some nicer weather again. But Rick, can you just generally describe, well, let me start back with that. Rick, can you identify yourself and your professional capacity? Rick, are you with us? St. Jean?
So again, it is *9 to, I'm sorry, it's *6 to mute and unmute.
So Rick, if you could hit. Okay, well, we're losing Rick. Oh, there he goes. All right. All right, Rick, you're with us, right? Can you just describe, you're a professional engineer in the state of Rhode Island, is that correct, Mr. St. Jean?
I'm a professional structural and marine engineer in the state of Rhode Island.
Thank you. And have you testified before this South Kingston zoning board before in that capacity?
I have.
Okay. Amy, I don't recall if you qualify witnesses or if we just go forward.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob. Typically we don't.
Fine, that's fine. So Mr. St. Jean, can you just describe for the board what you designed for Mr. Rasso in terms of the rooftop deck?
The rooftop deck is basically, it was designed right directly on top of the roof membrane. We put sleepers down. We put basically a wood floor, like a wood floor tile down on the sleepers on top of the existing roof. The roof was checked for capacity It's 100 pounds per square foot live load requirement. The roof does pass that. The roof had a small or short parapet wall around, and it was divided and almost down the middle of the roof. And if you look at the sketch that's supplied, you'll see that we didn't build it all out, that we had got permitted. And the reason for that was that parapet crossed that area, and the area that we didn't build was because we didn't want to start taking the whole roof apart, this being, probably temporary in nature. We did get all our building official approvals for the work. It is designed for the required wind load. I believe it's 138 miles per hour in that area in case there's a hurricane. The wooden panels are anchored to the roof so they don't blow off. There's a glass railing that was secured basically with a piece of steel that bolted through the parapet and bolted through the actual wood structure, the roof joist, so that it met all code requirements. So it was basically designed as a permanent structure, and only because the code required.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for Mr. St. Jean. You're on mute, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. So, Mr. St. Jean, basically this, even though it was considered temporary for COVID, this is built to code and can be sustained for whatever period.
That's correct. Because it's basically a public, not so much an assembly, but a restaurant area, it needed to be built to current code, regardless if it was temporary or permanent. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Board members, any questions for Mr. St. Jean? No.
No questions then? I'd like to move to Mr. Bronk. And his resume, as you indicated earlier, is Exhibit 1. Mr. Bronk, could you just give the board a brief description of your background and qualifications?
Sure. Certified planner with roughly 28 years of municipal planning and development experience. Roughly, most of that is actually in the state of Rhode Island. I have worked throughout the state in both private and public capacities.
And you're currently employed by the city or town of Groton?
Yes, I work for the town of Groton, Connecticut.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to go to the Matunuck Oyster Bar and review this application in regards to the rooftop expansion?
I have. I reviewed the application. I did a site visit, including making my way to the rooftop by way of the stairs, and did analyze the property in addition to the comp plan and zoning.
And Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we submitted as Exhibit 2 now the report of Mr. Bronk dated November 5th, 2020. And with the board's permission, I would just maybe ask Paige to go through and discuss your report in terms initially of what you looked at, your analysis of the zoning ordinance and comp plan, as well as specifically the requirements for the special use permit.
Please do.
Thank you.
As stated, I believe you have a copy of the report, and just to reiterate, the building is roughly 3,000 square feet. The property is in a commercial waterfront zone. The parcel is roughly 0.8 acres. And there would be no building, property, or other expansion except for the roof, for the seating and also the liquor service. There are photos within the report. It was actually a kind of a rainy day, but I think it's still, the photos provide a pretty good illustration of what it looks like on the top of the building. What it illustrates is that there's really not any expansion. It uses the existing building. As was already stated, there are glass walls that have been put up, but there's no height, there's no lot coverage expansion, there's no height expansion. It really works with the existing building. The report addresses the comp plan, and it also addresses the key standards for the special use permit. So I would like to touch on briefly the comp plan. I will not read line by line, but some of the highlights. The commercial waterfront zone basically focuses on few properties within South Kingstown, and the main thrust would be marine-oriented businesses, water-dependent type businesses. This clearly is such. There are three, well, actually, before I move forward on that, I want to touch on how many parcels are within the CW zone. There are only 26 in South Kingstown, and that translates to 36 acres of land, or 0.11% of total land area. So the point is, there isn't much of this land that is allowed for water dependent or water reliant uses within South Kingstown. There are three elements within the plan that specifically pertain. That would be land use, economic development, and also the natural and cultural elements. So the land use, you can read the goals and the policies within the report, but in summary, there was support for this project relating to farming and food system businesses, including aquaculture. Aquaculture is referenced in some of the implementation and the details within the community plan as a food system or farm-related activity. Also, the economic development element ties in well with land use. It also supports farming, agricultural tourism, and businesses that are focused on marine and environmental activities. Similar language to the land use in that it supports food system businesses. The last element, natural and cultural, it almost parroted identically what was in the land use and economic sections in supporting the food systems, including the aquaculture. So in short, the comp plan or the community comp plan does support activities such as this, especially in targeted areas such as the commercial waterfront zone. In terms of the special use permit and the zoning, it's already been discussed that this property and this business has come before the ZBR and has gained prior approvals. As a result, the special use permit is the appropriate avenue for any modifications to the restaurant. And there are certain standards that are listed. They have already been referenced by this board earlier tonight. But I would like to touch on those standards and my analysis in that regard.
And if I might, Paige, just for the board, is that start around, I believe, page 7 and then goes on to 8 and 9 of your report, which is Exhibit 2, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The first standard that the special use is specifically authorized by this ordinance and setting forth the exact subsection of the ordinance containing the jurisdictional authorization. So the zoning ordinance does allow, it's explicit in the land use table, that the restaurant use, whether it be alcohol served or non-alcohol served, both require a special use permit. And again, it's within that commercial waterfront zoning district. The use exists today, it's been permitted in the past, and it's the modification of that use that we're addressing at this point in time, certainly allowed by the ordinance. The second standard, that the special use meets all of the criteria set forth in the subsection of the ordinance authorizing such special use. The restaurant land use does meet the criteria as set forth in the zoning ordinance for this particular zone. Additionally, the restaurant is in compliance with the previously approved special use permit that was granted December 11th, 2011. Again, the request is to use the same space without any expansion. It's just a simple modification to that prior approval. The next standard, the granting of the special use permit will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of this ordinance or the comprehensive plan of the town. That standard goes on to be broken into substandards, which I'll move into at this point in time. Number one, ingress and egress to the lot and to the existing or proposed structures thereon, with particular reference to automotive and pedestrian safety and convenience, traffic flow and control, and access in case of fire, emergency, or catastrophe. Again, this is an existing restaurant use. It already addresses automobile and pedestrian safety and convenience, traffic flow, control, and access in case of fire, emergency, or catastrophe. There's an existing parking lot on the site that is well managed for efficiency. There is a separate ingress as well as a separate egress. Plus there are traffic lane delineations within this parking lot area. Staff often attends to this parking lot. They often use valet service and at peak operations. But there are staff within the lot that is always assisting people getting from their vehicle to the pedestrian walkway to enter the structure. These pedestrians are directed to the front building on this walkway, and it's a fairly direct and unobstructed means of access to the property. Also, there's fairly easy access from the roadway to the building for emergency vehicles and personnel.
Paige, if I might just quickly, before you go into these, in the ones that you're addressing under this category, is there any change in the operations as a result of just the presence of the roof deck?
Not in my opinion, no.
All right, thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
The next standard, number 2, off-street parking and loading areas where required, and also addressing the noise, glare, or odor effects of the special use permit on adjoining lots. The existing parking area will not be altered as a result of the rooftop use. And the parking adequately serves the restaurant and it serves the existing restaurant loading areas as well. There's also appropriate vegetative buffering to minimize the noise, glare, odor to adjoining lots. The loading area is addressed through the appropriate lanes, the delineation, particularly with pedestrians for drop-offs within the parking lot. Pedestrians easily exit their vehicles. It's a short distance, a short walk to that pedestrian corridor, somewhat of an upslope before you enter that building. The next standard, number 3, trash storage and delivery areas. These are located adjacent to the building, which minimizes impacts to neighbors. And such activities in dealing with deliveries and storage and traffic, they certainly do not occur at peak times. They're occurring at times non-peak when the patrons are not visiting the property. And they do not impact the roadway traffic flow. They're set back from the roadway. They're off to the side and adjacent to the building itself. The next standard, number 4, utilities with reference to locations, availability, and compatibility. There is no change to the building's footprint. Again, simply using the rooftop. So there really is no impact to lot coverage operations or the utilities. The existing utilities will be adequate for the rooftop dining request. The next standard, number 5, screening and buffering with reference to type, dimensions, and character. The existing vegetative screening and buffering will remain. There'll be no modifications to that. The glass walls that are in existence today on the roof are there to offer safety to the patrons and also to reduce wind. The glass is not easily visible. I think that can be seen from the photos that are within the report. Even up close, it is very difficult to notice that rooftop deck area, even with the glass in place. Next standard, number 6, signs, if any, and exterior lighting with reference to glare, traffic safety, and compatibility and harmony with lots in the zoning district. There will be no additional signage. No lighting will cause any glare or detrimental impacts to traffic or abutting property. Lighting on the roof will be minimal and only used for the patrons at each table. One of the photos you'll see, they literally have a portable light that goes on to the tabletop, battery operated. There is no significant lighting on this rooftop deck.
That picture you described, just for the board's reference, is at page 3, showing the tabletop lighting.
Standard number 7, required yards and other open space. There is no expansion of the property or the building. Therefore, there is no impact to other land area or open space. Again, it's simply using the existing building, existing space on the top of the building. The next standard, number 8, general compatibility with lots in the same or abutting zoning districts. So this is an existing restaurant. The Matunic Oyster Bar has operated this restaurant for years. It's an oceaned table style business model restaurant. It's highly dependent upon the water and its location. As I've said before, there are few lots and few acres that are available within the commercial waterfront zone in South Kingstown. The proposed rooftop deck seating will not alter the property or the operation in this commercial zoning district or in the neighborhood. There is no building footprint or property expansion. The existing roof would serve patrons without adding any height. And the rooftop seating would be integrated into the existing building, the schedule, and regular operations without increasing any seating capacity beyond the fire department's limits. So in summary, the granting of the special use permit and these standards would not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of this ordinance or the comprehensive plan for the town. The special use request adequately addresses each of the special use permit standards and requirements. And that's mainly because they're using the existing building, not making any modifications or any additions or enlargements. My report does contain findings, and basically they summarize many of the points I've made already regarding the comprehensive plan and the standards. And then in conclusion, my recommendation was that it is consistent with both the comp plan and zoning. I did recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Brong. I don't have any further questions on Exhibit 2.
Mr. Brong, so the intent is to not have lighting up on the roof deck aside from what's on the tabletop?
My understanding is there would not be any significant lighting. The addition of lighting, that certainly there'd be tabletop. I didn't witness any other additional lighting.
I'd like to add in, we do have lighting on the decking.
Perry, 1 second.
Hang
You
on.
need to be sworn
Yep.
in. Yeah.
Thank you. So do you swear? Oh, you.
Oh, he's
you
already
did,
sworn
I
in.
did
That's
swear
right.
him in.
You're
Yes,
right.
I did.
Never
Mr.
mind.
Rasso, please go ahead. I'm sorry. What's the intent?
We do have lighting on the decking at each of the 4 sides. It's angled down so it doesn't, doesn't go out into the road, or just so people can see where they're walking.
And is there lighting on the stairs as well? Sort of on your way up?
There's lighting under the rails of the handrails.
Okay. So there's no lighting that's sort of going skyward.
There's no lighting.
Nor is there any floodlights or anything like that that are lighting up the deck.
No, and I researched to a great extent, rechargeable table lights so that we wouldn't have to light the entire decking in order to provide adequate lighting for the tables.
And how long has it been operating, the roof deck?
The last week of June is when we opened, I believe it was.
Okay. Okay, so there has been some time for neighbors and others to sort of recognize its presence.
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Board members, any other questions for Mr. Bronk? We'll hold off on Mr. Rasso for now, but for Mr. Bronk? Nope.
Okay. The only question I had for Mr. Rasso, you already touched on the lighting, Perry, was Paige testified that the operations that you're doing with the roof deck don't increase the seating capacity beyond the fire department limits. That's correct. Yes. Okay. And then in terms of the fire department, have you had recent inspections out there of the Matuna Oyster Bar?
Yes, we had an inspection about 2.5 weeks ago.
And you passed?
Yes.
I have no further questions. I think I understand this a little different, that we're coming to you with something that's built, but obviously it is lawful at this point. Just with I understand it's not a standard on the special use permit, but Mr. Rasso has spent time and money to develop this. Personally, to me, I think it's a great enhancement. But Paige has addressed the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance. This is the CW zone, which is a fairly unique zone in your town, even though you're a waterfront town. And I think that this roof deck on the Matuna Oyster Bar fits exactly square into that. And we would ask that this board approve our request for the expansion of the restaurant onto the roof deck, which would include the liquor service. And one point actually I would like to make too, as part of the sort of the COVID changes, frequently traffic concerns have been an issue at the Matuna Oyster Bar. I'm sure we all know that. Mr. Rasso has switched to a reservation system, which has diminished some of that, at least for the time being. But in terms of the roof deck, I think it fits in the character. I think it's done well. It's not, as you said, it's not floodlit. It's not a party top, a party rooftop or anything like that. It's a very, I think it's very beautiful, and I think it fits in with your zoning. And again, we'd ask for that to be granted.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions. One is music. Is there any music proposed for this deck, rooftop?
No.
And hours of operation?
Same hours as the restaurant. I believe we are permitted to do breakfast, lunch, and dinner with a closing time at 10 o'clock. And they would be the same. That wouldn't change. We haven't done breakfast in years. And
I was going to say, I thought I missed something.
I eat breakfast more than I like serving breakfast, turns out. But the hours would be the same as the restaurant. It wouldn't go beyond 10 o'clock is the last during the summer, July, August. 10 o'clock would be the last reservation we take, and we would continue that you know, along that same time period.
So it's not as if you're going to be serving drinks per se up on the roof. It's more of dinner on the roof or meals on the roof.
Yeah, it's food. If people order alcohol while they're ordering dinner, that's obviously something we also, you know, serving food and drinks. Not just, we don't have a bar up there. We just, we don't have a bar anywhere right now, but up on the roof, we're not proposing a bar at all, even post-COVID. And so we are just proposing to serve food and if they order drinks with their food as well, but not just drinks.
And Amy, if we felt the need, could we sort of restrict sort of the use of the rooftop and to say that it's strictly for dining with alcohol as opposed to just alcohol or any other type of event?
This is Amy. You can add reasonable conditions to a zoning approval. So if you feel that's appropriate, you do have the right to do it. And if they want to seek relief from that at some point, they could do so.
Board members, any questions for Mr. Rasso?
How about events? Will this space be used for events in any way?
No different than any dining room inside. Someone has over the summer we had, for example, a bereavement party where people came after a funeral and had, I think they had reserved like, 3 tables of 6 where they had, an bereavement event. Or, if we did an event, it would obviously would adhere to the no music and the seating capacity rules that we are given. So I guess event would need to be defined. If there was an exact answer, it's something that you had in mind that you were wondering about. I mean, that was the one event that we did this summer that I could think of off the top of my head.
No, that's fine. I was just wondering if there would be, more sort of like party events that would involve music and things like that. But it sounds like that's not your intent here.
I think that it's pretty clear to me that lighting and noise are, of key importance, to this situation. And, I certainly agree to not have music and keep any lighting, down lighting, or what we have now is rechargeable lights for the table. So I, would certainly agree to those things in order to avoid any possible, objections to the application.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Board members, any other questions for Mr. Rasso or any of the other witnesses so far?
Yeah, this is Bill Rosen. Any contemplation? I remember going there once in the winter down by the bar, and there were heating elements to warm the patrons. Any contemplation for putting heating elements are a big deal right now, going fast in commercial areas. Any contemplation putting heating elements up on the rooftop?
I've thought about it, and I've had so where I stand with that is if I bring the standard, what is it, 7 foot, 8 foot tall patio heater out onto the roof deck, the wind up there is magnified, so much so that I would be nervous to put something like that up there. I have experimented with like a 3.5 foot patio heater, like a low standing patio heater. It didn't work out. So I have thought about putting a taller patio heater up there. I'm nervous about the the wind and how the danger of that. And so I, would hopefully like to find research and figure out an adequate, kind of short patio heater. But I haven't found it. So I have contemplated it. I have debated it with myself if, that, but the taller patio heaters I've been nervous about because of the wind.
Thank you.
And Mr. Russo, there's no intent to put a tent up there or anything like that.
No, I know that.
No covered structure or anything like that.
No.
That would be interesting.
Real wind problem there.
Yeah, exactly.
And that would bring us above I think the side walls of the glass walls are below the height limit in the town. And if I put a tent up there, it would be above that height limit. So I understand that.
Board members, any other questions? No? Okay.
If I might, just one question for Mr. Rasso before we go away.
Please.
The rooftop deck, that has a stated seating capacity per the fire department of 49 seats. Is that correct, Perry?
That's correct. We can't reach that from COVID, but that is
right.
It's around 44 with COVID.
So in terms of what you called events, or essentially they were just, dining on it, but no more than 49 people, regardless of how the tables are set up or anything, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
I have one last question, if that's okay.
Sure, Mr. Mark.
So you mentioned that do you seat up till 10 o'clock? And like serve beyond that. So I mean, are there any concerns with like any noise beyond, like after 10, if someone were to linger till 10:30, 11, and I'm not sure what time noise ordinances kick in, but on a windy night, people on top of a roof, you can carry some voices. So is there any way to mitigate that or address it or?
I mean, I suppose we could ask people to take it inside or go to the lower level. If it was getting to the point where they were loud and it was late, I kind of am of the mind that since we, had the rooftop deck before the busiest week of the year, which is traditionally 4th of July week, and we had it up and we still are utilizing it up until earlier this week when we had the nice weather last week anyway, and we didn't have any any issues such as that. We address things a case by case situation. If we needed to ask someone to go downstairs or inside, it didn't happen this summer, and it and I definitely was mindful of it. I walked around outside, looked at the lighting, listened to the noise, and I would certainly address anything that I felt was out of the realm of being reasonable. I didn't feel that was the case, but I don't know if we'll hear otherwise.
Okay.
Great. Board members, any other questions? Ms. Noonan, you okay?
I'm good. I have nothing else right now. Thank you.
Okay, great. So Jessica, do you want to remind anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on behalf of this application, how to do it?
Sure. We do have someone, Diane Edson wishes to speak, but if you're calling in by phone, it's *9 to raise your hand. *6 will mute and unmute. If you're on computer, there is the raise hand feature. So right now I'm going to allow Diane to speak. And she just needs to unmute. Okay, she's good.
Good evening.
Good evening. And Diane, before you get started, just spell your name, please.
Dianne Edson.
And you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Great. So go ahead, please.
Yes, I think this is, with the COVID-19 going on, I think this is the least we can do to support our businesses in the area. And I'm totally in agreement with Mr. Rosso's plan. Thank you.
Oh, that's great. Board members, any questions for Ms. Edson? No? Ms. Noonan, any questions for her?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hooper has raised his hand. We'll
Yes,
allow him
please.
to speak.
Mr. Hooper. Please spell your name.
He just needs to unmute first. All right, if you kind of hover over your name, you'll have the option to unmute.
Sorry.
There we go.
It's okay. Could you just please, that's all right. Just please spell your name, sir.
Sure. My name is Paul Hooper.
Okay. And just spell that for us, just so we know.
Paulhooper.
And you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
God bless.
All right, go for it.
Well, I hesitantly speak tonight.
Yep.
Because we go a long way back. And I came upon the rooftop operation coming back from the beach one day, and I looked up at the top of the Matuna Oyster Bar and saw 9 bodies in a circle talking. And I waited a day and I called the building inspector, who, by the way, James Gorman, he's been terrific. He's been very helpful. I don't know, he's refreshing as a building inspector. He's very patient and he's very giving. And anything I've asked for him, he's supplied, which is just very unique from a building inspector that I don't know if he's looking to be the full-time guy, but I would vote for him. He's really very cordial. But anyway, I called James and I said, Bill, James, I said, what's going on? He goes, well, the town has afforded the Matuna Oyster Bar a relief to the roof. And he said to me, look, don't worry about it. It's only temporary. And about 2 or 3 weeks later, I called him back. I said, James, I said, they're putting on mahogany. And I said, mahogany's not a cheap wood. And I said, they're putting some stuff up there that doesn't look like it's temporary. It doesn't look like a temporary site. It's almost to the point that the fix was in. And recently I just got the drawings today of the temporary application, and which was a price of $75,000 to put the roof on. And we're not talking about a tent with some cement in the corners as temporary. We're talking about a substantial addition with an intent, almost an intent that if I put this up there, I'm not going to take it down. And James assured me and said, Mr. Hooper, look at this is a temporary roof seating. And that's not what it's become. It has become everything but that. And what's surprising is that the liquor license, it's not like we're going, Amy, and you could correct me, which you have done many times in the past. The process here is not asking the town if they could put up at the establishment. He put up the establishment, now is asking for a liquor license, which will justify a permanent situation. And there's a few very concerning issues here. It's almost like putting the horse before the cart. You're asking for the liquor license to establish the seating on the roof, and the seating is coming from where is my question. My first question for the staff, and that'd be for Beth or Amy or everyone. Where's the seating coming from?
Meaning the capacity of the seating?
Yes, they're not asking for an expansion of the seating.
No.
Where are the seats coming from?
Okay, we'll ask him that. Well, it's my understanding that it's just moving around the restaurant. It's not a question of adding seats.
Okay,
It's
that's a
just
good point,
moving around.
because, originally, the restaurant had like 80 seats way back in the day, and the owner said, boy, it'd be nice if I could put some people outside on picnic tables. And so it morphs, it constantly morphs. And now it's morphing again. And it's morphing again on the premise of an expansion of a liquor license. And right now, I guess the rooftop is 1,500 square feet. I'd like to ask Mr. Rasso or Beth, what is the seating up there currently?
Well, they just mentioned that there's 49 seats that are permitted per the fire marshal.
Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
What is the occupancy of the whole restaurant?
Mr. Hooper, or I'll go through the chair, Mr. Chair. We've indicated that we're not exceeding the fire capacity. Mr. Rasso's also not exceeding COVID capacities, which is lesser than the full capacity. So he has, as if you've been there, he has rearranged it. The bars are gone. So this, first of all, is not. It's, I'm sorry?
It's not an expansion of
Correct.
the
That's
existing.
correct. And
reason
if I might finish, Mr. Hooper, and this is not a liquor license hearing. This is the zoning board. And the issue has to do, because it's a special use, a restaurant that has liquor service. That's why we're in front of the board. So my position is that we are not expanding the capacity. That is the fire marshal's purview. Mr. Rasso just testified that the fire department was there 2 weeks ago and got the A-OK. And that's where it is right now.
Not to be smug, I'd just like to know what the occupancy of the restaurant is.
I'm not sure what it was, but it's not in front of us now.
I think it's important, because you're saying you're not adding seats.
Mhm.
At the same point in time, on a nice day, how do you know how many people are upstairs and how many people are downstairs?
Well, that's certainly, it's based, if there was a spot inspection, they would have to be beholden to the capacities that were set by the fire marshal.
But that's what I'm asking, what the occupancy is.
It's not really relevant to they're asking for an expansion of the liquor service area at this point. They're not asking for additional capacity.
I guess I don't get an answer to that one. Okay, the second question is, there's dock seating and pontoon boat seating outside the perimeter. Is that part of it?
That's not
This is
part
Amy.
of tonight's request.
Yeah, this is Amy. Beth can correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is CRMC has jurisdiction over that, right? We've got jurisdiction over the land. They control the water.
So the CRMC is controlling the liquor license over the water?
Incorrect on the liquor license. I don't know what will or won't go before the town council, or may have needed to go before the town council on the liquor. My position, and having not conferred with the town solicitor on this, my position at this point would be the town still has jurisdiction on liquor licenses within its boundaries. That's not something that CRMC has concurrent or exclusive jurisdiction over. So I don't know if Beth can shed any light on that, but at this point, my advice to the board is the water is off limits.
I think that's a fair analysis, Amy. And tonight, as we said, what we're asking for tonight just has to do with the deck. I think, the other seating that was discussed in terms of the barge and things like that. That all came, again, part of the COVID things. And what we're just looking for tonight deals only with the roof deck.
Well, one last question, I'll let you guys go, and I appreciate your patience. It looks like you're saying how many seats can be placed upstairs on the deck, up on the roof?
The 49.
49. Is that post or current COVID?
That is per the, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, my understanding is that is 49 is the fire capacity. So I know Rick St. Jean testified as to the structure that was there. If we were just operating in the regular world, it would be 49. It's actually a lesser amount that is up there right now under COVID due to spacing and seating requirements. Somewhere I think in the low 40s is where the actual seating is right now. And I took a picture of it actually when I went up there. And if you're around, Mr. Hooper, it says it's 49 is the seating, and that's a fire code issue.
Let me ask you a quick question, Beth. On the record here, is the seating upstairs as you go through stairways to get up there? Is that included in the building, or is that outside the building?
If you don't have Mr. Bronk's report, but if you'll see it, the stairway is on the exterior, but it's still within the footprint of the building.
The overall capacity of the restaurant hasn't changed.
Correct.
I agree with you that at the moment, but I don't agree with you that when post-COVID shows up and you have people wandering around saying, I'm going to be waiting for my table. And you say to yourself, you know, is there a bar scheduled for the rooftop?
Mr. Rasso indicated no.
No.
I mean, there just seems to be so many loose ends here of where the seats are coming from. Is the rooftop considered open seating or air seating or surface seating? Because you do have to go through the building to get there.
The stairways, based on the renderings, it seems like the stairway is on the outside of the.
No, you have to enter the building to get into the stairway.
Yes.
Okay. So what relevance does that have to?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, sir, where are the seats coming from now? Are they coming from inside the building to the roof, or are they coming from outside the building to the roof?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Where are the seats coming from?
It's still the same amount of seats before and after the deck. The seats.
Well,
the
not
amount of
when it
seats
starts
haven't
raining
changed.
out, it doesn't. That's my question. When it starts to come down raining, do the people upstairs, can they come down to a seat downstairs that's available for them?
Of course, because the capacity of the restaurant is the same.
No, but it's not the same if you're doubling the seats upstairs and you're providing the seats downstairs.
It's not doubling anywhere. The capacity of the building hasn't changed. It's just how many are they allowed in each area. So
Yeah,
even though
unless this board decides as a condition of approval to set specific limits on how many seats can be indoors and outdoors, you know, within the total capacity, unless the council decides that or has already decided that, then capacity is capacity, indoor or outdoor, doesn't matter ultimately. And, you know, the board, I think, realizes what you're being asked to decide on this application is the impact of the expansion of the restaurant and the liquor service area onto the rooftop. What impact will that have on the surrounding area?
I have a question for Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go
I'm
for
here.
Mr. Hooper, this is Casey Charkwick. I just am trying to understand your primary concerns. It seems like you're making, you're concerned about a slippery slope argument, meaning that after COVID is done and we're back to normal, if that happens, that the Matuna Oyster Bar is going to seek to increase their total seating capacity. Is that your concern?
You know, I really appreciate your question and your honesty, because it's been sketchy over the years, to be honest with you. I've been before the board many times, and I appreciate your candor. you know, it's the seat thing, it becomes a slippery slope as you described. You can say, well, on a nice day, we're going to put 49 people upstairs. And as soon as it starts raining, those 49 people are going to go downstairs, or the 49 people downstairs will already be there. So I'm just saying, you know, we double dipping here. I mean, it's you know, the last zoning board kind of described this thing as maxed out. And here the COVID, the restaurant has taken advantage of the COVID, you know, expansion. And look, I don't deny any of these guys fighting for their lives. I'm fighting for my life, my own business. But at the same point in time, when post-COVID, it's going to change. There's going to be waiting lines for people waiting to get a seat. And is someone standing, is that a seat? So you just got to say to yourself, where is the slippery slope going here? And I know Amy's going to say this, that, and the next thing, and Beth is going to back down and say, Mr. Hooper, you're wrong, because we've been at this for 10 years now. I just like to know where we're going here. Where the seats are coming from? Are they inside seats that go upstairs? So I appreciate your question, and I hope you appreciate my concern.
So
and I'll say one more thing, and I'll let you guys go because I know there's other people who want to speak. The Hoopers have lived in Rhode Island, and we've been in that neighborhood for 50 years. So it's not like we're just showing up to explain our view. So, I mean, I know it's someone's law, and you say, well, it's an expansion, but you know, these things morph, and I've seen them morph. And the other thing is, this committee is going to move on, and I'll still be here talking about the same things that I spoke to Mr. O'Hara years ago. So with that, I respect my time and your time, and I appreciate, you know, letting me express my feelings. But I think, you know, the restaurant has taken advantage of the situation. They built a building that the building inspector said it's temporary. It's going to come down, Mr. Hooper. And that's not the case. And right now we're looking at a electric expansion to permeate the existence of the rooftop seating.
I appreciate that, Mr. Hooper. And I mean, so you know, I've been on the board, unfortunately, the longest,
Good for
16
you.
years. So I've been privy to sort of watch the Matunuck Oyster Bar grow over the years. And, you know, I think there's certainly a recognition of the sensitivity of the spot. And I've personally been appreciated Mr. Rosso's respect for not only the sensitivity of the environment, but also the community. And I know it's tough to have something that could potentially be disruptive, and I respect that. And I think you know, so it's not as if this, and I know what you're saying with this. I get it, that it could be seen as, well, just, you know, do it and finally it'll just get accepted, and then people will just have to live with it. You know,
Can I ask one more question? Whatever happened to the procedure of going through the zoning and planning before allowing liquor? I mean, it seems to me that the restaurant has ridden the coattails of the COVID issue, which I don't second guess one iota. But you know, all of a sudden, you know, why now? Why not wait till the end of COVID? Why press this right now? Why are we in front of the zoning board if they're already serving liquor there? I mean, what's the reason to push this now? I mean, I just don't get it. You know, it doesn't make sense that when, you know, before you can put on an addition. I was listening tonight to Amy's talking about, you know, cantilevers. I mean, you got to be kidding me. This is way past the cantilever. I mean, and you're addressing some very simple honest things. And now why are we addressing a serious issue of an expansion, a zoning expansion to the rooftop where water carries?
Well, honestly, it was Mr. Rosso's risk to build a nice rooftop deck.
Was it a risk? Was it a risk?
At this moment, it is, because
The
there was
Muse
no
didn't do that.
guarantee.
The Muse put up a tent and some cement blocks.
And it morphed into an addition. No, I was there. I watched all that. I was sort of in that spot.
Well, it sounds fishy. That's all. It just seems that the cart's before the horse here at the moment. You know what I mean? It just seems like, and when you look at I saw it tonight. Then James sent me the information. He's putting up big time railings and mahogany and all kinds of girders. He spent over $75,000. You don't spend that money unless you know you're going to have some success.
There's no guarantee with this board.
Yeah, I hope so.
I mean, every application is based on its merit and presentation, and impact to the community. I mean, I think that's why all of us serve on this board. We certainly don't do it for the money or the glory. So
I was going to say that they don't pay you guys enough.
No, but and I respect everything you're saying, sir. I do. I would even ask Ms. Noonan or Mr. Rosso, why now? I mean, that's a good question. Like, why come to the board now, knowing that we can have 6 more months of an emergency, that you don't need permission yet?
I'll take the first crack at that, and then Perry, you can jump in. Perry came to me and said, when we come out of this, I want to see if I can have this. And honestly, when we first started talking about it, I think we were hopeful that these COVID restrictions would be lifted, maybe by the end of the year. Where we sit today is very different, obviously. And, he's a businessman that's needing to look forward. So from my perspective, I honestly thought or hoped maybe that the restrictions, these emergency restrictions, and I do disagree with Mr. Hooper's notion that there's something fishy, that the fix is in. COVID regulations were put in order to put anything on the roof deck, as Mr. St. Jean testified to. It had to be, it had to survive the winds up there. This isn't the tent at the Muse or whatever, where it's on the land. You had to spend the money. You can't put a tent up there. And obviously, because it's Matuna Oyster Bar, he wanted to make it look nice. So I think the idea was that we thought the COVID restrictions would be lifted sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, it looks like that may be later. So Perry, if there's anything you want to add to that, but I think that was at least my understanding of our thinking on this.
I have nothing to add, unless there's a specific question you have, Mr. Chair.
No. Who's that?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
So it's not uncommon. You go into beachfront restaurants, waterfront restaurants in the summertime, and often the interior of the building is empty and everyone's, occupying the seating outdoors. Seems like for the long-term goals here, you're just trying to expand the outdoor seating area to accommodate patrons who want to sit outside.
I think that it's become conventional wisdom, and I'm on these, restaurant, calls all the time. The future of restaurants, future of menus, future of dining, and whether it becomes lawful or not to be able to have people in areas as congested as they once were is up for debate. But whether people will want to be in those situations is become pretty clear that they're not going to be as willing to be in those situations. So that is really at the important part of this application is people aren't going to want to be congested. And yes, the view from the roof deck is spectacular. It is unique. It is, a fantastic dining room, one of the best views in Rhode Island. And I think it is really a great thing. Yeah, it's definitely benefits me and my business, but it also is a great thing for Rhode Island. That dining room on the roof is an awesome dining room, and the timing of it does have to obviously do with COVID, and I wouldn't have built it without COVID, but COVID changed the world and it's going to change our future, and this is in preparation for that.
Harry, with you saying that, the seats that are potentially on the roof, where are they coming from? And will you sacrifice them to put them on the roof?
Hang on, Mr. Hooper. If it's a question you want to ask
I'm
the
sorry.
applicant, it's
Yeah.
okay. But as we said before, it's not changing the amount of seats that are permitted to be occupied. Now you can have 300 seats in there, but you can only occupy a limited amount of them. So it doesn't really matter. Like you can have places to put your butt, more places to put your butt, but you can't allow all those people in the building at the same time. So however he moves them around the building and into what spaces is permitted via the fire
I
marshal.
understand.
But total capacity is dependent on his special use.
I still don't get an answer for the total capacity, and everybody knows it. What's the total capacity for the restaurant?
I mean, I'm not aware of it. I'm not sure anyone has that information.
Shouldn't James, the building inspector, have that? No one knows what the capacity is of the building?
We don't know it because it's not in front of us right now. That's not really the issue at hand. So, but because it says right in here that we're not changing the capacity of the building. This is moving seats around, but it's not adding seats to the restaurant.
I understand. Gentlemen, that's it for me tonight. I appreciate your time, and I don't think they don't pay you enough. I appreciate it. Thank you. Night.
Well, thank you, Mr. Hooper. I
Yes, sir.
appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Yeah, bye.
Jessica, is there anyone else that?
Miss Edson has raised her hand again.
Oh, of course.
I just want to say that I agree with you, Mr. Cagnetta, on everything you've said. And
okay. Oh, sorry.
no, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
No, thank you. I mean, the goal here is to make sure that everyone's concerns are heard, and that that the intent is clear for the applicant, because I think again everyone understands the sensitivity of the location. So,
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask one more question, Mr. Rosso?
of course. Yeah.
I think you raised a good point that may have got glossed over, and I just want to make sure that we clarify this. It sounds like you are a forward-thinking businessman in the restaurant industry, and it seems like there's a shifting in terms of a perception of dining, right? So it sounds like your intent here, and can you confirm what I'm about to say is, it seems like your intent is to get ahead of a shifting in public perception related to dining, and you're trying to expand your square footage and give patrons more space so that people feel more comfortable dining at your establishment, rather than trying to seek approval for this and then later down the road you're going to try to increase the capacity. It seems like you're just trying to make more space available for people.
Yeah, if someone were to experience that's correct. If someone were to experience the patio this summer versus last summer, it's much more spacious as far as where your table is versus the next table. And it is frankly calmer. And it is and it does, in order to come close to approach the number of people we're able to service and the number of employees we're able to keep employed, for that matter, we do need more space to keep that spacious, approach to dining. And yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And Mr. Rosser, and I'm not even sure if it's if I need to ask this, but I mean, there's a tipping point and there's a balance between your ability to serve a certain amount of people based on the capacity that you have in your service area, your kitchen area, the amount of servers that you can have. I mean, it's not about saying that, hey, if I can fit 500 people in there and serve them, I'll do it. There's a capacity for you to be able to balance out sort of your desire for quality and all those things and comfort.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's not as if you're looking to add more, you're just trying to enhance the experience a bit.
Yeah, meet the, COVID protocols now, but also in the future have really an amazing dining room that is really what I think benefit obviously me, but also the town and the state, and help give people a more spacious dining experience, which I know is going to be more desirable among all people in the future. I mean, given the choice to be 3 or 4 feet away from another table or 6 or 8 feet away from a table, everybody, regardless of age, is going to prefer the latter. And that's I think that's part of what we're trying to accommodate here.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a follow-up question on that. Mr. Rasso, in your opinion, I mean, given your current, ability to serve your whatever your full capacity is, which again, it's not before us and not relevant, but would you be able to take on and serve an additional 49 people and still maintain the level of service and quality of food that you guys provide without having to expand your kitchen area or expand, the footprint?
If we had the number of people in the waiting area that we had before, which is a very large number, and the people on the patio and the people inside, and if that was full and another 49 people on top of that, it would be very difficult. But the 49 people, given the spacing that we are now, we now have, no, it is not.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Noonan, anything else? on your part?
The only last comment is, obviously Mr. Hooper has been at several hearings. I will say this is the first time I've done anything on the restaurant itself. And what you didn't hear from him tonight was any complaints about traffic, noise, or lighting. And this dining area has been open since the summertime. So I understand his concerns of, seating and what's happening. But in the past, the complaints have been about traffic, noise, and that sort of stuff. We don't hear those now. And I think that's an important point to make. And that just sort of buttresses what Mr. Bronk has said, and also meets your standards. I understand his position, but you didn't hear him say it's too loud, it's too noisy, I can hear people. I think his house or his rental is nearby. And I think if you've been up there or you've seen it, that's what this dining experience is about. So.
Okay. So Jessica, is there anyone else out there that's raised their hand, or?
Miss Edson has her hand raised again.
Oh, great.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think that was from fire, but yes, I support the petition. Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's awesome, especially this time of year when we have the COVID going on, especially in my house right now. Is an awesome spot to retreat to. So I support it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, board members, any final thoughts or questions for the applicant? If not, do you have any thoughts or concerns relative to the petition in terms of approval or
I'll go.
otherwise?
I'll go.
Well, let's make, I know it's late, but let's make sure.
I'll express my opinion.
Oh, please, yes, I thought you were going to make a motion. Go for
No,
it.
not yet.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I really have no problem with this application. I think Mr. Rasso has attempted to comply with the COVID regulations in maintaining his business, maintaining his employees, and therefore went forward with the rooftop because it offers open space, and that's what the guidelines were when the COVID restrictions came down, especially to restaurants. Secondly, we've spent an hour talking about at least about the seating. And if someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but the people that decide how many people can go into a restaurant are the fire department. And if the fire department says after COVID is over that Mr. Rasso can increase, because he has increased seating on the top, increase what he has now by 49 seats, then so be it. I think they regulate, as far as I know, the seating. We don't, and I don't think any other board, including the council, restricts the seating. They may when it comes to a liquor license, I'm not sure. But to me, the concerns of Mr. Hooper are with what the fire department allows as a safety, as the number of people that can be safely accommodated in the restaurant. So, and I think based on Mr. Rasso's testimony, he certainly understands that. Obviously he does. And I don't think the seating is really an issue. And as far as the liquor license is concerned, this is just an extension of what he already has. It moves liquor service to the upper deck. And frankly, I don't see any problem with this application whatsoever.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
No,
Mr.
I have
Mark?
to agree.
Oh,
I have to
Mr.
agree
Rosen?
totally with Tom again, so.
I concur.
Okay. Mr. Charkowicz?
I concur with Tom there.
Okay, great. I didn't know did you say that or did Mr. Mark say that? I thought.
Bill
Bill,
Mark
did you
said
say that?
Bill
You
Rose.
said
We concur with each other.
it. Excellent.
It's
Well,
late. It's late.
yeah, it is. You know, and as I said before, I've been on the board long enough that I actually made the motion of one of these last decisions. But and I just know that we certainly have extended a lot of goodwill and hence approvals based on Mr. Rasso's ownership of the property and accommodating sort of the popularity of his restaurant. And I think he also knows that you can't have lobster bisque on pressure treated wood. So it's you know, it's a whole package, and understanding that you know, you can't have sort of a top-notch restaurant like this and not take risks and know that sometimes you know, you're going to be building something that you don't even know if it's going to work. But you got to do it right. So I don't at all think that there was any ill will or malice in his intent of putting this on this deck up there. But understanding that, I agree that the world is changing, and to offer a little bit of security for going forward, I don't have a problem with the rooftop deck. You know, because again, I just feel that we've put our faith into Mr. Rasso and again running just a superb restaurant. So yeah, so I don't have a problem. So if someone is willing to make a motion, we can see what happens.
William, it's you or me.
All right. Here we go. So here we are talking about the petition of 629 Succotash, Matunic Oyster Bar. Seeking a special use permit under section 200E, a use by special exception, and section 907C, a continuance of a standard special use permit. What seemed at issue today is And for this application is a continued operation under the prescribed special use permit and survivability, I guess, at this time of great economic stress and planning ahead in this ever-changing environment. So I would like to make a motion to approve the petition of 629 Succotash LLC, DBA Matunuck Oyster Bar, and as read into the record by the chairman. The following individuals spoke: Mr. Razzo, the managing member of the LLC, Ms. Noonan of Adler, Pollock and Sheehan, Mr. Bronk, the AICP, and Rick St. Jean. A fervent supporter has been Miss Diane Edson. And in opposition, we had Mr. Hooper and his concerns of morphing and any future slippery slope concerns, which don't really fall under our purview at this point. It's not our concern. It's not what we're here to address. So the following materials were entered into the record, which were the site plan, drawings, and all other material mentioned by the chairman that were entered into the record. The board finds that the special use is specifically authorized by this ordinance because under 200E and the continuance of 907C, the structure meets all the criteria set forth by the building officials, does not exceed any height, square footage, or capacity restrictions, and is a continued use as such. The board finds that the special use meets all the criteria set forth in the subsection of this ordinance authorizing such special use because under 907C, the state had suspended certain requirements and approvals for the special use permits. And the Matunuck Oyster Bar is adhering to the guidelines set forth by the state in the operation of their food system business, which, as Mr. Rasso explained, it's very important to our state. Again, there is no change to the use, the footprint, or capacity of the structure. The board finds that the granting of the special use permit will not alter the general characteristics of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of this ordinance or the comprehensive plan of the town. The current request is just consistent with the function of the existing business and the intended to sustain and hopefully prosper in these difficult times. So with that, I make a motion to approve this petition.
Second.
Motions are made. Any other discussion? No. But we did include all the concerns about ingress and egress is not changing, no trash, no security issues, no lighting issues. That the lighting was all dark sky compliant. He's not putting anything that's going to be out or up in terms of lighting, right? And that there isn't any need for screening and buffering or anything like that. Okay. Any other, anything to add? Anyone? No?
I think music was an issue that was raised that Mr. Rasso said would not be, at issue here.
So do we want to put that as a condition of the motion to prevent music up there, or are we just going to?
I think it's fair to say maintain compliance with the noise ordinance if everyone's okay with that.
So we don't, okay.
Well, this is Amy. Just clearly state what you want, and if you want to say comply with the noise ordinance, that's goes without saying. You can certainly feel free to put it in. If you want to say no music, that's one thing. If you want to say no amplified music, that's another. So just be specific, and once you agree on what if anything you want to do.
Mr. Mark, do you want to amend it for anything?
Yeah, so as the approval is subject to the following condition that there is no music and or amplified music on the roof deck.
Okay, and Mr. Rose or Mrs. Daniels, are you okay with that? Second. Okay. Any other discussion with that? Okay. Mr. Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Daniels?
Aye.
Mr. Rosen,
Aye.
Mr. Charkowik,
Aye.
Mr. Cagnetta, aye. Motion passes.
Thank you all very much. Thanks.
Thank you as well.
Thank you.
Have a
Good
good
luck.
night.
Thank you, sir. Good luck.
Thank you.
So three things really, if we count 2 sets of minutes. But Amy, do we want to test people's awareness right now?
At 11 o'clock.
Are we talking about that last matter on the agenda?
Yeah,
That can
that we
wait.
took
That
off?
can certainly
Okay.
wait. Absolutely.
Okay. So we have 2 sets of minutes to approve, October 21st and October 28th. Anyone like to make a motion to approve those?
Move approval.
Mr. Rosen moved, and all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, any other matters to discuss? If not, motion to adjourn.
December 16th attendance.
Yeah, attendance.
Yep. So everyone
be
but
here.
Bill is what I believe. Bill Mark.
I am not. Rich is back. That was the agreed arrangement.
Good job on a motion, by the way, William.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good job.
Level. Yeah, no, nice job tonight, everybody. Thank you for everybody's contribution. We got through the whole thing. We don't have to come back next week. Awesome.
Thank God.
Good. No meeting on
Yeah.
Thanksgiving Eve.
Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah. Well, don't go anywhere on Thanksgiving. Everybody stay home, and all the best.
Okay, good night.
Night,
Thanks. Happy
everyone.
Thanksgiving, everyone.
Good night. Take care.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to
Yes, you
adjourn.
put in whatever you want.
Take care, all.
Good.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.